I see we have Senator Baldacci.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator. Do you know the HHS portion of today's meeting starts at 1?
I just got the the link. No, I was not aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the good news is you've got 3 hours back for you to do your other responsibilities.
Okay. Well, have a nice couple of hours. I'll see you a little later then.
Very good.
Just give me a
Okay,
second.
so we are live, correct? All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Government Oversight Committee. My name is Nate Libby, and I proudly serve all of the people of Lewiston in the Maine State Senate. I also serve as co-chair of the committee. We'll continue with introductions of members. I'll call on folks as they appear on my screen, and we'll begin with Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm Soen Millett. I'm pleased to represent the citizens of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover, and I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, South Bristol, and Westport Island.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Representative Mark Blyer. I represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
Thank you. Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Jeff Timberlake. I represent District 22 in Androscoggin and Kennebec County, and I just want to let everybody know I'll be listening all morning, but I'll have the video off a lot of the time because I got 2 other things going on, and I got to be driving part of the time, and I'm not going to be driving. Someone else will be driving me, so, but I will be listening. Thank you.
Understood, and thank you, Senator. Next, Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Donna Bailey. I proudly represent the residents of Senate District 31, which is Hollis, Leamington, part of Buxton, Old Orchard Beach, and Saco.
Thank you. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My name is Maggie O'Neill, and I'm here representing Saco in the House.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Good morning. I'm Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in Western Maine, the foothills and lakes region, parts of Cumberland and Oxford counties. Good to be with you.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau.
Good morning. I'm Senator Susan DeChambeau from District 32. I represent Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, Kennebunkport, and my hometown of Biddeford. Nice seeing you all. Thank you.
And Senator Kime.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Kime, and I am proud to represent Senate District 18, which is Northern Oxford County.
Thank you. Representative McDonald.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I'm Representative Genevieve McDonald. I represent House District 134, Deer Isle, Stonington, Vinyl Haven, North Haven, and the offshore islands of Penobscot Bay, and I'm the House co-chair of Government Oversight.
Thank you. And Representative Craven, we saw one of your colleagues from HHS join us a moment ago, Senator Baldacci. We may not have been clear on the communication, but our portion with HHS is going to begin at 1 o'clock today.
Oh, well, good morning. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston. But I will sit in for a while. I did not get that memo.
Understood, and our apologies if that was not made clear enough. But you're obviously welcome to stick around if you'd like. So thank you, committee members. We are also joined by staff from OPEGA. Lucia Nixon is director of the Office of Program Evaluation and Government Accountability. We also have Carrie Ojara, who's an analyst, and Sabrina Carey, who is executive secretary for OPEGA. So before we get started, just a brief couple of housekeeping items. Our meeting today is being broadcast on the Government Oversight Committee's YouTube channel. It's also live streamed audio over the legislature's website. Related to that, just know that the audio stream will stay on for the duration of the meeting, even if we do take a break. The YouTube stream, however, actually the YouTube stream will also stay on during that time. So if you do need to leave for any reason, we just ask you to turn your video off and turn your mute button on. Written materials for this meeting have been mailed out to committee members ahead of time. They've also been distributed electronically, and they are on OPEGA's website. If folks from the public go to the OPEGA website and navigate to GOC meetings, you'll find the package of materials there for today's meeting. During the meeting, the chairs will recognize committee members, staff, or others to participate. If you have something you'd like to say, please use the raise hand function on Zoom, or raise your physical hand, or just speak up. Any one of those methods should work. My final reminder is that the Zoom chat function should be reserved only for getting staff's attention or resolving technical issues. The chat function is not a place for any kind of substantive policy debate. So with that, we will move on to the first item on our agenda, which is a meeting summary of September 8th, 2021. Just as a reminder, there's no vote required for this section, but if any members have any comments or edits to the meeting summary that we were sent, please let us know. Seeing none, we'll move on. Number 2 in our packet is the OPEGA report on the evaluation of the historic rehabilitation tax credit. And so we will have Lucia Nixon give a brief introduction to the report, and then Carrie Hojara will lead the presentation. So I'll turn it over to both of you.
Thank you very much, Senator Libby. Good morning, everyone. We're pleased to present you OPEGA's report on the evaluation of the historic rehabilitation tax credit. This is one of the full evaluations that are part of our tax expenditure reviews. And the GOC back in April is when the GOC approved the evaluation plan or parameters for this work based on some preliminary research that OPEGA had completed. And we have worked hard to get this to you now. The team here has been led by Carrie Hojara, who will be presenting to you today. And she has worked closely with Jennifer Henderson in our office, and Joel Lee has also provided some support to their work on this. And with that said, I will turn it over to Carrie.
Good morning. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and get situated. How is that? Can everybody see that now? Yeah. Okay, great. As Director Nixon stated, I will be presenting the results of OPEGA's evaluation of the historic rehabilitation tax credit. You should have a copy, hopefully, of the slides and the report. Our presentation today, or my presentation, will focus on our key conclusions and recommendations, but feel free to jump in with any questions. This evaluation is not a result of concerns about the program, but as Director Nixon stated, is part of our statutory tax review process. However, I did want to note that there has been recent interest in this tax credit. Taxation carried over LD 201, which proposes to extend the sunset for this credit from December of 2025 to December of 2040. And they were hoping to have OPEGA's report in hand before processing that bill. And as Director Nixon stated, the GOC has also had interest in having this review completed within the calendar year, and here we are. Our key takeaways for the report, what we found administratively, We found that the HRTC benefits from being built on the federal credit of the same sort, the scaffolding for that credit, and it has robust data reporting requirements. We found that program data for the HRTC is reliable, though improvements should be made to data handling going forward, and we'll get back to that. We found that the program design effectively targets the program goals, and it substantially aligns with best practices that we found for credits of this sort. And finally, we found that the program data does demonstrate positive progress towards program goals, that there may be opportunities for improvement depending on legislative priorities. So a quick roadmap of the presentation today. I will cover a little bit of the program background, what the credit is, its history, and then focus on the results of our evaluation in 4 key areas and move on to recommendations. Maine's HRTC provides a refundable income tax credit to taxpayers who rehabilitate certain income-producing properties in Maine, and it seeks to encourage rehabilitation of historic properties in Maine, and through that rehabilitation also promote community revitalization, affordable housing development, and positive economic impacts and job creation. The credit is claimed over 4 years, with 25% of the credit available in each year. Statute does not cap the total credits allowable on an annual basis, but does cap the credits allowed to each qualifying project. Maine's credit relies on the definitions and standards of the federal HRTC credit for things like what kinds of expenses qualify for the credit. The state credit has a couple of options. The small project rehabilitation credit requires that taxpayers have certified rehabilitation expenditures within a certain limit. That limit is $50,000 to $250,000, and that taxpayers who claim this credit cannot also claim the federal credit. So you cannot claim the federal credit if you are claiming the small credit. The substantial rehabilitation credit requires that taxpayers do also claim the federal credit. Only 11% of projects using the credit in Maine have been small project credits. So the vast majority are these substantial credits also claiming the federal credit. Table 2 in the report on page 7 has more information on the different versions of the credit and the interaction with the federal credit. But note also, for either the small project credit or the substantial rehabilitation credit, either version can be increased to 35% of the certified qualified rehabilitation expenditures for certified affordable housing projects. So there's a bit of a booster when the projects are certified affordable housing projects. The current version of the credit was enacted in 2008 and replaced a previous version of the credit that was more limited. The current HRTC was enacted in 2000. Oops, I am repeating myself. My apologies. Since enactment, the current HRTC has undergone relatively few substantive changes. One substantive change adjusted how the $5 million cap was applied on larger projects. But as discussed, LD 201, which was carried over from the first regular session of the 130th, would extend the sunset. So that's a potential change that could be made. I'll pause here. Does anybody have any questions about the credit itself or the background before we move forward?
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you talked about affordable housing and it being certified, who certifies that it is affordable housing?
Maine Housing certifies those projects through their normal processes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I'll move on. We will get into more detail about the credit impacts when we get into the evaluation results section of the presentation. But for now, here's a little appetizer. There have been 115 projects completed and certified in the state between 2009 and 2021. This means that those projects were eligible to claim the state credit. Those completed projects have taken place in 14 out of Maine's 16 counties. The counties where there have not been yet certified, which means the completed projects, are Aroostook and Washington counties. And according to MRS, between 2011 and 2019, HRTC credit claims have amounted to about $84 million. There's more information on program impacts in the evaluation section of the presentation, but also Appendix B contains our performance metrics for this report. A little context on Maine's credit. Maine is one of 35 states with credits of this sort. Roughly half of state credits also have a credit of 25% of qualified rehabilitation expenses, like Maine. And some states do have other sorts of credits for specific purposes, such as types of buildings, mills or barns are some examples that we saw, or types of circumstances. We saw some for post-disaster purposes or high poverty areas or regions of the state. Appendix C contains a comparison table of different states' credits. Now we will move on to the evaluation results portion of the presentation. And as a sort of reminder, the areas that we focused on were the program structure and administration, comparison to best practices, the program data that's available for oversight, and program alignment and performance relative to goals. The Maine HRTC is administered by Maine Historic Preservation Commission in consultation with MRS. The Maine HRTC is built upon the federal tax incentive for preserving historic properties administered through the National Park Service. As a result, many of the MHPC's administrative duties for the Maine HRTC would be occurring even in the absence of the state credit, as the MHPC staff support the federal credit. Application for both the state credit and the federal credit is done at the same time through the same processes. If a project is certified, the project can receive both the federal and the state substantial rehabilitation credit. The three-part application process establishes the eligibility of historic buildings and of the rehabilitation work that will be completed. The final part of the process ensures the work has been completed as intended. Taxpayers cannot claim the state credit until work on a project has been completed and certified. We found that MHPC is administering the program effectively and that the federal scaffolding provides both efficiency for the state and applicants and quality control via the layered approvals. Table 2 shows the overlap between the federal HRTC and Maine's HRTC. With regards to best practices, OPEGA considered Maine's HRTC through two lenses. First, best practices when it comes to increasing historic preservation, and then secondly, general tax expenditure best practices, which can weigh policy priorities with fiscal responsibility and oversight for the state. From the perspective of increasing historic preservation, in a 2018 report, the National Trust for Historic Preservation defines the highest performing HRTCs as those that follow the federal historic tax credit and incorporate a number of specific design elements. Maine's credit reflects most of the recommended design elements, including making credits easily transferable to ensure that taxpayers can access their value, avoiding aggregate caps, which can make their value less predictable to taxpayers, having a high enough rate, regular performance evaluation, and effective program management. Table 3 on page 10 provides more information about our overlap with those best practices. The National Trust for Historic Preservation list of best practices also includes making a credit available for different types of buildings to increase the potential impacts from historic rehabilitation in states. Maine's HRTC is currently limited by its narrow application to only income producing properties. We'll return to this topic when the presentation turns to OPEGA's recommendations. In terms of general best practices for tax expenditures, OPEGA drew from the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, and state evaluation offices to identify standards or priorities for tax expenditures generally, which often represent trade-offs. OPEGA found that the HRTC aligns with many of them and seems to be designed in a way that is more aligned with best practices than many expenditures OPEGA has reviewed in the past. For instance, the HRTC has a clear owner in Maine Historic Preservation Commission with direct responsibility for program administration. There's fiscal certainty for participants with credit refundability and no aggregate credit cap. This means that the availability of the credit is predictable for participants. The HRTC is also pay for performance, and it only provides benefits after the completion of historic rehabilitations, and it requires regular reporting to the legislature. There's more in-depth discussion of best practices on pages 9 through 13 of the report. OPEGA's scope for this evaluation involved using existing data to assess the degree to which the program is operating as intended. Appendix A has more information about the scope that we followed. So in terms of the data, OPEGA looked at state-held Maine Historic Preservation Commission data, and then secondly, to data analyses that were commissioned by program stakeholders. We found that while none of the data is perfect, it does provide a wealth of information on the HRTC and is adequate for legislative oversight at present. OPEGA noted that MHPC is a good program steward when it comes to data, collecting relevant data and evidencing care and caution when interpreting and presenting the data. At the same time, we noted that there are opportunities for MHPC staff to improve data management, and we will discuss those improvements that MHPC could make in handling data in the recommendations section. Tables 4 and 5 in the report show that the HRTC's reporting is more robust compared to other OPEGA reviewed programs, and that the HRTC's reporting collects data that aligns with the goals the GOC has set for this evaluation. OPEGA found that the HRTC is unique among OPEGA's recently reviewed state tax expenditures and the degree of program transparency and accountability that is required and achieved. Under 27 MRSA Section 511, MHPC has both annual and biennial reporting requirements for the HRTC that include program metrics, net program cost to the state, analysis of the effectiveness of the credit as an incentive for historic rehabilitation and economic development, and recommendations for changes to repeal of or extension of the credit. These requirements exceed those of many other state tax incentives that OPEGA has recently reviewed or is reviewing. And see also table 5 in the report, which shows that not only is there substantial reporting required, but it's aligned with what the legislature wants to know about the credit. And this is a strength of the credit's design and administration. Sorry, I've lost my place. The goals for the HRTC that this evaluation looked at were historic preservation, affordable housing, community revitalization, and economic impacts and jobs. I'll provide some data in the following slides about program outcomes relative to these goals, but again, Appendix B contains the full performance metrics that OPEGA was tasked with providing. Really quickly, I know that this is difficult to see, but this is table 6 in the report, and it shows the different design elements of the program relative to the goals. And the point that we wanted to make here is that often when we evaluate a tax expenditure, we find a disconnect between how the program is designed and the purpose and goals of the program. And that is not the case with Maine's HRTC. The HRTC's design is aligned with its purpose and goals. The program is designed to drive increased historic preservation in the state. And through that increased historic preservation, affordable housing, community revitalization, and economic impacts and jobs are likely to follow. And so the next couple of slides will consider the data for each of these goals in turn. The design of Maine's HRTC ensures that only applicants who have completed a historic rehabilitation of a qualified building can claim the tax credit. This means that the state's desired end of historic rehabilitation is guaranteed to occur before the state pays out funds. And historic rehabilitation supported by the HRTC has been occurring in each year since the credit was established and has been spread throughout the state. So again, these are some of the same figures that I mentioned earlier. There have been 115 properties certified. There have been $490 million in total construction expenditures associated with these projects. And of that, 398 million have qualified for the state credits. The different sorts of uses for these projects have been split between housing, commercial, and mixed use. And the top 4 counties with projects have been Cumberland, York, Kennebec, and Androscoggin. Also a list of towns with 5 or more projects. The next goal that was chosen for evaluation was community revitalization. And we wanted to note that community revitalization is difficult to measure, as it can take years after the completion of an HRTC project to see the ways it has impacted the community. MHPC does collect some data that could demonstrate community revitalization impacts, but this data does not measure the long-term impacts that may accrue in the years following project completion. For example, some of the community revitalization outcomes that are difficult to measure could include things like subsequent development of surrounding buildings, walkability of the community pride, and sense of place. The MHPC 2021 biennial report does show for 43 projects for which there was data an increase in assessed value of $49 million. The pre and post rehabilitation assessed values do not directly translate to municipal tax revenue impacts, but Maine Preservation's commissioned 2020 economic impact report provides information on how these projects have provided additional municipal revenue over time. And additionally, MHPC data on previous vacancies demonstrates the impact credits have had in returning buildings to service and vibrancy to host communities. On the next goal of affordable housing, Maine's HRTC includes a provision that increases the credit if the building being rehabilitated is a new affordable housing project. Currently, the increased credit is 35% of qualified rehabilitation expenditures. Program data demonstrates the role of the HRTC in affordable housing development. Affordable housing accounts, oh my goodness. I'm on my husband's work computer, so I apologize for that. I'm not entirely sure who is calling. I might ignore it and see if it goes away.
Carrie, you're on mute.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know how I muted myself. Program data demonstrates the role of the HRTC in affordable housing development. Affordable housing accounts for more than half of the housing created with the HRTC. Since 2008, there have been 924 affordable housing units created out of a total of 1,444 total housing units. So 64% of the housing created with the credit has been affordable housing. There have also been 362 affordable housing units preserved. With regard to affordable housing in Maine generally, recent reports by Maine Housing and MHPC suggest that HRTCs, both state and federal combined, were connected with roughly 1/5 of all affordable housing units created in 2020 in Maine. for the final goal that we looked at, job creation and economic growth, we noted that even if the HRTC is associated with positive economic benefits, it is important to look beyond jobs and other short-term economic indicators to evaluate the success of the HRTC, given its goals around preserving local history and revitalizing communities over the long term. A challenge is that impacts on community revitalization, public value, and quality of place are harder to measure than economic outcomes such as jobs. It can be tempting, therefore, to measure tax credits like the HRTC by more readily measurable economic indicators. OPEGA suggests in the report that while economic measures are useful to consider, they do not alone help us assess the overall success of the HRTC. That said, OPEGA did find positive economic impacts in the data on federal credits leveraged, new construction generated, and expenditures on rehabilitations. OPEGA found that MHPC's jobs data was not reliable. We'll talk about this later in the recommendations, but the stakeholder contracted 2020 economic impact report provided figures of nearly 700 new full-time year-round jobs and businesses rehabilitated by the projects, and annually 200 to 700 full-time equivalent construction jobs supported by the projects. OPEGA finds that these numbers are likely more reliable than the MHPC data as they are generated by spending inputs in an economic model, but they are subject to caveats laid out in the report on pages 16 and 17 with regards to economic modeling. So up next, we'll get into OPEGA's recommendations. Are there any questions before we move on?
Questions for Carrie? Senator Khan.
Thank you. I would like to ask some questions about affordable housing. So is there any guarantee that when someone applies for the credit and then puts in affordable housing units, that they remain affordable housing?
So yes, I don't want to give you the wrong details without looking at it, but I think that there is something that needs to be put.
Okay, so there is something that keeps it permanent. It's permanently affordable housing. Is that correct?
At least for 30 years.
30 years. Okay.
I can check back on that though and confirm that, but there is something.
Okay, that's fine. And then how is the, well, and maybe probably this is a question for Maine Housing, but I was just wondering if there's a cap on the amount that can, of rent that can be charged or what, like how that's figured. But I think it's probably a question for Maine Housing. But the other question I had for you, and if you don't know it or it's not in the report and I just missed it, but I was just wondering about how much, so there's 924 affordable housing units created. I was wondering if you did a breakdown on how much each one of those units actually cost the taxpayer, what the subsidy was on each of those units.
I can return to that. We did not do that breakdown because it's a little bit more complicated. Often these projects involve multiple different types of tax credits. And so figuring out what the actual cost was would involve doing more work of figuring out all of the credits that were involved in a project. And some of them are federal and some of them are state. So I don't have that information offhand. I can look into it further, but I wouldn't want to provide that information to you right now.
Yeah, I think that might, just with all of sort of looking more broadly at the other types of efforts that we put forward to, around affordable housing, I think knowing how much these have, how much these have been subsidized and basically their cost would be helpful. Thank you.
Further questions for Carrie? Carrie, I have a question on the slide you have up right now. There are two figures, 398 million for expenses qualifying, and then 84 million for main credits expended. So is it fair to say that 84 million in state credits induced 398 million in activity? Or is that not a fair statement?
I think I'm trying to decide if I want to support that wholly. The figures came from different places. So the 398 is what we know qualified for the credit, and the 84 million is what we know was claimed through a certain time period. I don't think the timeframes are the same. I'd have to look back. The 84 million came from MRS, and the 398 million came from MHPC's data. I think it's fair to say that the spending, the 398 million, contributed to that 84 million that was claimed, but I guess I want to be careful with my language.
Okay, what I'm trying to ask is, in the report, you indicate that the credit may be paying for itself and at least is directionally supporting that, but I wondered if you had any other detail you could share on that front, and maybe you've got something later in the presentation that will address that.
I don't think we were able to arrive at a final determination about sort of the net cost to the state in that way, but we did find that the economic impact reports that made that determination seem directionally accurate to us, though we think that the kind of modeling that was used is subject to lots of different caveats, and it is an estimate, but it looks like it is moving in that direction. That's probably as far as I would go.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Seeing no further questions, Carrie, go right ahead.
All right, we are on to the recommendations.
Senator Libby, I had my hand up. I didn't know.
I'm sorry, Senator.
Yeah.
I can only see 7 screens up at this time, so go right ahead.
It's not really a question, but having had personal knowledge about affordable housing in my area, having been on the planning board, and I guess somewhat in response to Lisa, and I'm going to state this because if I'm wrong, I want to be corrected. Especially in the mill complex, when they came before the planning board, the question was how many are affordable housing? And so a requirement before they could pursue is the city made a determination that 40% of the apartments would be affordable, and affordable was translated to be 25 or 30% less than the fair market value of the other apartments. So it's something that I've witnessed, I've seen, and it's maintained. And those apartments are always affordable. If someone leaves, only someone who meets the eligibility of affordable apartment can move in that apartment. So, and I'm wondering, Carrie, also, if that is different in other communities, or did Biddeford just create that mechanism to establish affordability? And like you said, the housing authority certifies the affordable, right?
The certification process for these is the same that Maine Housing uses for all affordable housing, and the standards and definition of what counts is in statute, and I believe it's as you stated. I could double check.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Yeah.
And I just received from a colleague that it is 30 years that it's guaranteed to remain affordable housing because there are covenants in the origination document. I knew there was something of that nature, but I didn't want to flip that. Okay. So the table that is on the screen now, I know it's very difficult to see, but that is table 9 in the report, and it lists the recommendations that we make by topic area, and those are in the areas of data management, jobs outcome data, legislative reporting requirements, the small project credit, and the types of properties eligible for the credit. And we will take them individually in the slides that follow. Recommendations A1 and A2 pertain to data management and improvements that OPEGA suggests for the Maine Historic Preservation Commission. OPEGA found that there is currently a lack of clarity in external guidance for those reporting, and it's created a situation where MHPC has sometimes to make judgments about the meaning of reported figures and what should be counted and reported. On top of that, MHPC's data management is highly manual and therefore subject to human error. OPEGA did find that the data up to present is fairly reliable, but that manual processing has inherent risks, and those risks will grow as the program acquires more data over time. There's also a lack of internal MHPC guidance on data management, which introduces a risk that MHPC will not treat incoming data consistently. At the same time, OPEGA did see evidence of MHPC being good stewards of program data, being cautious and conservative with the treatment of data in its presentation. The issues that we note are around consistency, documentation, and front-end work to minimize the amounts of decisions that staff need to make. Incorporating these improvements would better ensure policymakers have reliable data to work with. Recommendation A3 also pertains to data management, but this one is directed to policymakers. The data management issues that we identified for the HRTC are not unique among tax expenditures that OPEGA has reviewed. OPEGA has also noted that much of the data being collected across tax expenditures in the state is of a similar nature. Additionally, the core work and expertise of staff administering the tax expenditure programs is often not data management. For instance, in the HRTC, there is a program manager with expertise in the program standards around historic rehabilitation work, who is also managing the program data. At the same time, we recognize that policymakers are increasingly interested in making data-informed decisions, and they need good data to do so, which of course OPEGA supports. Policymakers, therefore, may want to consider centralizing data management for these sorts of programs, or even designating an entity that could provide guidance and assistance for those in the various agencies that are tasked with doing this work. Our next recommendation pertains to the jobs data. So recommendation B1 is that policymakers decide whether jobs outcomes are central to evaluating program success for this program. And if so, we note that better jobs data is needed. So we found that reporting on jobs seemed to be a particularly confusing task for the HRTC applicants, with a wide array of figures coming in that OPEGA did not find meaningful. For instance, if you see 50 full-time equivalent positions reported, would you expect that to mean 50 construction workers who are on site for the duration of a project, or 50 contractors that visit the site for one day, or a mix of the two? At present, there isn't a way for us to understand what is meant by the numbers that are reported. However, it's not clear to OPEGA that directing MHPC to provide guidance on job reporting and doing the potentially intensive work to clarify how many jobs are involved in each HRTC project is worth it. As I mentioned earlier, jobs may not be a core measure of program success for the HRTC. So we suggest that policymakers consider whether jobs is a core measure of program success, and if so, whether it's worth the administrative resources that may be needed to improve data. But we also note there are alternative ways that jobs could be reported if legislators are interested in having this information. For instance, in the report, we use the figures that the economic impact reports generated through spending inputs to an economic model. So that's another possibility, but again, it does require economic modeling and some resources to make that happen. So for your consideration. Recommendation C1 pertains to legislative reporting. MHPC is currently required to issue annual and biennial reports for the HRTC. The annual reports include data reporting that, taken together, can provide cumulative program data and information that's available to the legislature to inform policymaking. The biennial reports ask for a cost-benefit analysis for MHPC to make recommendations regarding changes or possible program repeal, and to make recommendations to fund the credit. OPEGA has not seen this type of reporting called for other tax expenditures, and notes it could also represent an additional sort of sunset in addition to the one already found in statute, and introduce program instability. So it could be seen from those outside who are considering whether to do projects of this sort as a source of instability, and that it could technically be reconsidered every 2 years. Additionally, MHPC has only been able to meet the biennial requirements because stakeholders have commissioned analyses of net program cost. Policymakers should keep in mind that net cost analyses are complex, require expensive modeling in contracted agencies, and are subject to possible shortcomings noted in the report. If the legislature sees the value in having MHPC do this reporting, policymakers might want to plan for the cost involved. Recommendation C2 is also on legislative reporting, but is a slightly different, a more minor point. So statute currently directs the biennial report to the taxation committee, but does not direct the annual report. MHPC provides both to tax, but OPEGA suggests that policymakers clarify where they would like these directed. And while they're at it, maybe consider whether the reports should also go to labor and housing and education and cultural affairs, given the nature of the HRTC credit. Recommendation D1 pertains to the small project credit. As I noted earlier, the small project credit represents only 11% of the 115 projects completed over the review period. And as a reminder, this credit is available only to taxpayers who do not claim the federal HRTC and that have projects that incur not less than $50,000 and up to $250,000 in qualified rehabilitation expenditures. OPEGA heard different views and suggestions about the goals of the small project credit over the course of the review. And we suggest that policymakers get clarity on the intended purpose and desired goals so that this version of the credit can be more effectively evaluated in the future, and so that policymakers can be sure there's a shared understanding of what it is supposed to do and ensure that it's meeting its policy aims. Our final recommendation pertains to properties that are eligible for the HRTC. The design of Maine's HRTC, like the federal HRTC, requires properties to be depreciable or income producing. And while this limits the cost to the state by limiting eligibility, it also limits the amount and types of historic preservation that can be supported by the credit. A question OPEGA has identified for policymakers is whether the goal of the HRTC is to drive all types of historic preservation in the state, or whether it is more narrow, targeting only income producing properties. If the state's goal is broader, consideration could be given to expanding the credit or creating a different version. LD 201 that I mentioned earlier, which was carried over from the 130th, includes in its title the word weatherization. If the state's goals for the credit have broadened to weatherization or those types of impacts, then at present, many historic structures in the state are not eligible for the credit. According to MHPC, roughly 70% of historic buildings in Maine may be ineligible for the current HRTC due to the limitation to income producing properties. Making an expanded credit available could support the state's goals of historic preservation, community revitalization, and even housing development to a greater degree, but would also come with cost to the state and increased administrative cost. Depending on state priorities, the potential benefits from expansion could be worth the cost. And I think that is all I have. So OPEGA would like to thank Maine Historic Preservation Commission for their insights and cooperation throughout the review. Additionally, MRS and Maine Housing contributed to the report and were very helpful. Our thanks. Program stakeholders spoke with OPEGA, and Charles Lawton and Frank O'Hare, the authors of the economic impact reports that were commissioned by Maine Preservation, were generous with their time and even provided us with their modeling input. So we're very grateful. And I will stop there.
Great, thank you, Carrie. Questions or comments from the committee? I see Senator DeChambeau has raised her hand.
Thank you, Senator Libby, and also to Carrie, big thanks. This is very well done. I just want to mention recommendation C2 about who should be getting the reports. I heard you mention the Committee on Taxation. They currently receive reports. Is that what you, but I didn't hear you mention Labor and Housing. So okay, so that's a possible recommendation. All right, thank you. Is it only taxation that gets it, or is there anybody else?
My understanding that currently only taxation is
All
receiving
right,
reports.
good. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Carrie. I have two questions and maybe a suggestion building on Senator DeChambeau's just recent comment. Is there a current version of the statute that would be available to us, either in hard copy or a direct line site that we could review? Secondly, at the end of the report, the printed report, there is a letter from the Director of Historic Preservation. I wondered if you got any further or any other responses to the draft report from either Maine Revenue Services, Maine Housing, or any other stakeholders. And finally, I guess on suggestions, building on what the Senator just mentioned, given the revenue loss and the possible expansions, I would think appropriations would be a venue for at least being copied, along with, I agree with your comments, I think, Carrie, that labor and housing and education and cultural affairs. And I wondered about idea B as a committee. I'm not sure of that. I just throw that out for consideration. So again, good report. I think the issues of expanding the or extending the sunset and expanding the program are probably larger questions than the ones that I'm just raising now. Thank you.
Thank you. We can definitely make a current version of statute available to you. In terms of a response from MRS and Maine Housing, they commented on our early version of the draft, but they chose not to provide a letter to be included with the report. And yes, we'll get back to you with statute. Thank you.
Further questions or comments from committee members? I will share simply that I appreciate the staff at OPEGA for working diligently to get this report turned around on a very short time frame. As was noted, there's a bill pending before the legislature, and lawmakers made the decision to pause enactment or an attempt to enact that bill until we saw this report. So we're very appreciative for the staff who moved mountains to get this one done in the time frame that they did. And then my final comment is, I've been a member of this committee for 5 years. I've looked at a lot of these reports, and this is the first one that I can recall where OPEGA found that the policy goals were largely being met, and that the economic impacts, while difficult to precisely estimate, do point to a net benefit to the state. And so I think it's worth noting that lots of advocates of tax credits suggest that they will all create economic activity, but we found that is hard to quantify and prove. I think with this report, maybe this will be an example for the legislature in creating new tax credits in the future to try to build upon this model. Are there any additional comments or questions from members? Seeing none, Carrie, thank you once again for your presentation. Very detailed and very helpful. As a reminder to committee members and the public, we're receiving this report today, and we will schedule a public hearing later on. So we'll be able to receive comment from members of the public and impacted agencies. And I know some of the questions raised today we'll try to get answered through the public hearing process. Okay. The next item on our agenda is a report back from FAME on our evaluation of the Maine Seed Capital Tax Credit. If we could bring those folks into the meeting. While we're waiting for them to join, just as a reminder, we received the Seed Capital report at a prior meeting. We had a number of recommendations or areas of improvement suggested by OPEGA. The committee had a fair amount of back and forth with FAME on some of those areas of improvement, and FAME agreed to come back to us with recommendations and so-called management plan for how to make those adjustments. So I'm grateful they've taken that time to work on that project, and they're here this morning to make a presentation. So Mr. Roney, Mr. Norbert, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, great. Senator Libby, Representative McDonald, and distinguished members of the Government Oversight Committee. My name is Christopher Roney. I am General Counsel of the Finance Authority of Maine. I live in Freeport, and I'm here to present FAME's response to the requests issued by the committee at its September 8th hearing on the OPEGA report, as documented by its September 15th letter to FAME, putting in writing specifically what was asked as a response. I would note at the beginning that one of those requests was some information requested by Senator Bennett at the September 8th hearing, and we've provided that separately. I don't know if the committee wants to hear any more about that. That had more to do with specific bases for testimony at the public hearing. And my testimony today was going to focus on the other aspects of the request, which had to do with responding with delivering FAME's action plan to address the recommendations of the OPEGA report, and also provide some comments on the recommendations as to a program goal and design elements that OPEGA had laid out. So again, unless we want to talk about Senator Bennett's request and our response to that, I'll move right into the rest of my presentation.
I'd say maybe we will go forward with your presentation. We can come back to the specific request at the end, if that works.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. So the first part of the request for us was to provide an action plan to address OPEGA's recommended management action related to the Seed Capital Tax Credit Program. And specifically, that recommendation was to, in general, was to have FAME improve its processes for program data collection, analysis, and reporting. And so I've broken down our action plan into 3 separate parts related to data collection, data analysis, and then data reporting. So we provided written responses, which I hope are in front of you, and so I'm not going to read those verbatim, but I'll provide kind of a summary, and happy to go back to more specifics. But as it relates to data collection, the OPEGA recommendation was that FAME provide additional guidance on the definition of what employment was and what investment sources are being reported, so that there's complete and consistent data amongst the companies reporting that data. They also suggested that we gather baseline data at the time of either application or initial investment so that we could then track changes over the life of the company's participation in the program. And finally, they suggested that we establish enforcement mechanisms to ensure better compliance with our reporting requirements. So our action plan to address those specific points was to revise our annual reporting form. And we submitted a copy of what we've put into place immediately for the reporting period. It's actually the 2020 reporting period that gets reported in 2021. So we've greatly increased the data. We greatly increased the reports format to provide very clear instructions, we think, in terms of what we're asking for. We have separated out, true employees, permanent employees from independent contractors. We've referenced full-time equivalents. We've addressed issues with seasonal, seasonal employment or part-time employment, so that we can provide, so that the businesses that are reporting can then use consistent understandings of what's being requested of them, so then our data will be better and more consistent. So that's detailed in Exhibit A to our response. We have also increased the information around what we mean by when we're asking for information about other investments that are going in addition to the credit, in addition to the investments that are being asked, for which the credit's being asked. There was some lack of clarity around, what we meant by private investment, and did certain other types of government investment or public investment count. So we've made an effort to define what we mean by private investment as non-governmental source type investment, and then ask for specific sources of either that investment or, and we also ask for public investment, so we have that data available because we do think it's relevant, as I could explain later. In addition to improving the reporting form, we have put together a greatly enhanced spreadsheet, a database to track the information that we're now soliciting from these businesses as part of the annual report process, and that's provided as Exhibit B to the submission, where we can track all the different categories we've added to the annual reporting form. We've also added to that form some questions that weren't previously being asked, that tried to elicit some information on the nature of the business's spending. So in addition to jobs, which we've tracked, and revenues, which was required to be tracked, we thought it would be useful to inquire and track the amount of annual spending they did, not only on payroll, which we had asked for before, but other things like taxes, other supply chain purchasing and things like that, to show what other economic benefits might be flowing from this business's activities. So we've increased, so we've added to that form to track that information better. We then also are in the process of, have not yet, because we want to wait for a different for the commencement of a new application season, so we can change our forms. We don't generally change our application forms mid tax year, but we will be changing our application form to ask the same questions, so that we have the baseline data as suggested by the OPEGA recommendation. So we will add initial employment using the same definitions that we're using in the reporting form, and some of these other data points that I just outlined. And we will then add those same baseline data points to the tracking form, which we've provided as Exhibit B. So finally, as to data collection, that OPEGA again has suggested we develop a better enforcement mechanism. We had always indicated that if you didn't file your annual report, we weren't going to award new credits, but it had not been a very effective mechanism, just mostly because of the timing of when the annual reports were due, and tracking the compliance with that and relating it back to tax credit applications. What we've decided to do, and that suggested as part of our action plan for that, is to put a more concerted effort in sending the annual report forms out substantially earlier in the year. So we're going to be sending those tax forms out by, our target will be March, March of the following calendar year for the reporting period, and then requiring them to be back promptly, I believe 30 days, generally 30 days thereafter. That will enable us to know whether our businesses complied fairly early on in the tax credit season, if you will, so that we can have maximum. If we're going to shut off their ability to get tax credits, it's better to do that before the horses left the barn. So we're hoping by moving that date forward, we'll have more ability to control the awarding of credits to companies that are not in compliance with the reporting process. We had given them we've been sending out that report a little later in the year just because we've been processing it. We had a flood of tax credits applications in the beginning of the year when we had less credits to award. And so we were working through all those tax credits before we focused on annual reporting forms going out. So partly because we can now, because we have more credits available, we now don't have that that's essentially rush on the store on January 1st. So we have a greater ability to send those reports out earlier in the year, and therefore have a more effective enforcement mechanism for those who don't comply. We also will be looking at putting into the rule when we change it, and there'll be some changes coming out of this process and others, looking at imposing a monetary penalty of some kind on the company for not properly reporting, again, to act as an additional incentive to get the reports in as required. So that's our approach as it relates to data collection. We also will be adding an online provision to make compliance with the reporting aspect easier. So not only will have the stick involved by creating a penalty, but also we'll be making it easier. So hopefully that will enable greater compliance as well. So that is the sum of our action plan as it relates to data collection. Any questions on that before I move on to data analysis?
Questions from members? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, I'll keep going. So as it relates to data analysis, the OPEGA recommendations were designed to make to ensure we had more reliable data, and their suggestions were to remove companies that were participating in the program but hadn't yet gotten any credits, meaning they had applied to participate as an eligible company but hadn't yet gotten any effective credits. So remove them from the data we're reporting as in terms of job gains or losses and things like that. Remove them from the reporting pool since they technically haven't gotten any investment that we could then attribute to those those losses or gains in employment and so forth. They also suggested analyzing changes, more of a net change analysis in terms of employment and revenue and things like that, rather than trying to quantify jobs created and retained in each year. So we've suggested that we would address both of these points, and frankly, they're both very good points. We do need to collect data from all of our participants in terms of things like revenue, because that's so a company might apply, for example, in 1 year, but then not get any tax credits for a year as they're kind of soliciting investments. We do need to get these annual reports to make sure they're still under the $5 million a year revenue total, which makes them eligible to participate. And so we do need that data from them, even if they haven't gotten that credit. But we're going to segregate that data clearly and not use any of that data from the companies that haven't yet gotten investments from the overall source of data we provide to the legislature, so that there's no crossover of information from those companies versus the companies that have been getting credits. We're gonna note that clearly in our database so that we provide only the data that's relevant to the ones that have gotten investments. So we're also going to we're going to add resources to deal with studying the results of data. Well, to not only ferret out things that aren't consistent, and that's part of the goal. The first part is just to make sure that the information is filled out correctly, is to identify inconsistencies. So if a company reported 30 employees last year and they report 50 this year, I guess that's pretty clear. But if there's some inconsistency in the data that doesn't make sense, the 50 the next year and then 30 the year after that, we want to make sure that the information they're providing is accurate and consistent with the way they've reported it in the past. And so we have actually already added some resources to this endeavor, which has both the effect of somebody following up on the annual reports that have not been sent back, and so we're getting some additional compliance from this additional resource. But we're also identifying some either data that's lacking from the annual report forms we get back, or data that seems inconsistent either in the way they answered the question or in terms of prior data we had. So I think that's already providing some benefits. I think this additional resources, and we do need to add additional resources to the analysis piece to study trends and to make sure that maybe identify things that can be done better from a program standpoint that can then be the subject of additional rulemaking or changes to the reporting forms and things like that. So more of an analytical look at the data from an internal perspective. We have been frankly doing more record keeping in this rather than analysis, and I think we're going to we're committing to add more resources to do some analysis of the data rather than just reporting it out, and I think that'll benefit everybody. Their last suggestion in that category was to track kind of aggregate numbers all the way through, and that was an excellent suggestion. It made the annual report form make more sense, and I think it'll make the data tracking make more sense if we just say, how many employees do you have today, and then we can measure that against how many they had a year ago, and we don't have to worry about creation and retain. We can see if there's more than last year, then there's some created. If it's the same as last year, we know that they're retained. We don't need to get into definitions of what those terms mean, and I think that'll give the data more integrity. So that's largely our approach to data analysis and our action plan around that. Any questions on that before I move to the data reporting on?
Questions from the committee? Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so on data reporting, the OPEGA suggested that we comply with the annual reporting requirements. Doesn't seem outrageous. So we're obviously we've apologized for our oversight on missing some of those reports in the past, and we have taken action internally to address that and ensure it doesn't happen again. So we have undertaken a more or less a global statutory search of all of our programs to make sure we have a comprehensive list of all reporting that's to be done to the legislature. We've added that to one data source. We've assigned Bill Norbert has always tracked that and so we have this report and others essentially triple bookmarked with people on their assigned tasks. So they'll obviously be Bill will have that information diaried for when it's due, but other people in the responsible programs will also have it diaried, so we have some cross coverage there, and it's extremely less likely that any reports would get missed. So and this the report on seed capital is on that list, and I think we're very comfortable with the comprehensiveness of that. So those are our that is our action plan to address the OPEGA recommendations for management action. I guess I pause there and offer to answer questions or give additional detail on that before moving on to the what I viewed was a somewhat separate assignment, which was providing some comments on the draft recommendations for the program.
Questions or comments? One question, Chris. These reports are being mailed to program beneficiaries, and then they have the option to complete the reporting electronically. Is that correct?
So we are sending them out. Right now, we have been sending them out on a paper version. I can't tell you definitively whether we're working towards sending them out electronically as well when we have electronic contact information. So we would email them, for example, and then we're asking for people to either mail them back, email a PDF version, whatever is necessary to get the information back. We are working towards a complete online system. That's where we want to be. We'll obviously need to email out reminders to companies to file the information, but we're hoping that the report itself will be available online, will be PDF fillable, and can be completed online. And in a perfect world, which we hope to implement, would then feed a database, in which would contain the data for reporting purposes. So that's the goal. That's a longer term goal because we need some IT development on that. But that's the dream.
The reason I asked the question is through our evaluations of other programs and looking at some other states, it seems like the trend is going towards electronic reporting, both for ease of the beneficiary and for staff level efficiency, especially when you've got multiple agencies working with data to try to do analysis. Paper very much seems to be, even though we're a paper making state, very much seems to be 20th century kind of approach. So appreciate your comments and your work on this presentation. I'm not seeing other questions, so if you want to go on to Senator Bennett's request.
Well, we have Senator Bennett's request, and I think the request originated out of Senator Keim for some comments on the program design and program goal and design alignment. We can why don't we deal with Senator Bennett's request first, since we've already talked about that a little.
Go right ahead.
So I guess, so Senator Bennett had requested specifically some sources of information. There was some testimony by, I think it was specifically Tim Agnew from Asset Ventures and Kate Foy from the Department of Economic and Community Development. Both had cited some statistics, and I provided in our letter of September 22nd to the committee the sources of that information and some additional and some supporting materials from the sources that were provided. I guess I would ask whether Senator Bennett and or the rest of the committee found that information helpful, sufficient. If there's additional data they'd like us to try to track down, I'm happy to do that. I was more of a conduit for the information because the sources of the testimony were not myself. So, but I'm happy to continue to serve as facilitator and or do whatever work is necessary to get the information Senator Bennett or the committee would like.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate Mr. Roney, you're pulling that information together. I mean, it is, so we live in a world of imperfect information. It's it doesn't tell the whole story. It's like snapshots here and there, which is, it's good to know, right? It's good to know what we know and what we may not know. So, but it is helpful in giving some directionality to understanding venture capital spend and or investment in Maine, and I guess I would just ask if you reviewing this data such as it is, whether you drew any conclusions from it relating to the seed capital tax program and its efficacy?
Well, that's a great question. I'm not sure I have a very cogent answer at this point, but I mean, I found that I did review the data. I didn't just pass it along. But I mean, I found it fascinating, frankly. And it was, as you kind of point out, a little hard to compare, to figure out if you're comparing apples to apples. And so I did feel like the data supported the statements that Mr. Agnew and Ms. Foy had provided. Again, with some, again with having to kind of figure out the source of the information and whether it was comparing the same things to the same things. So I thought it was very useful. I thought it supported the way the value that venture capital, for example, provides to the investment community, especially in Maine.
Yeah, but if I just may briefly continue, Mr. Chair, I would just reflect that it's really difficult to assess, because I think there's a lot of, in my personal experience, there's a lot of what might be called venture capital doesn't flow through normal channels in Maine, but it is a form of venture capital, and it's just not as structured, and the funds from which it comes are not as structured as it might be in other jurisdictions. It'd be really nice to try to capture that. I think the seed capital tax credit is designed to sort of tease some of that out too. So, but yeah, thank you for that. And I appreciate you pulling that together. Thank you.
Further questions or comments for Mr. Roney or Mr. Norbert while we have them?
I do have the other comments on program design and goals and so forth.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
That's okay. Like I said, I've submitted written materials. I don't want to be redundant, but again, I'll try to summarize our thoughts and again answer any questions you might have along the way or at the end.
Mr. Roney, if you could just point us to the document.
So the top of the document it's on FAME letterhead, and it should say FAME responses to OPEGA recommendations for improving the seed capital tax credit program.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Great. So, and then I think on the report that was, the recommendations were found on page 26, or starting on page 26. And so OPEGA had several suggestions to FAME and the community that's involved in the program, including DCD and other stakeholders, to look at the program goals, evaluate them, and then try to align what success measures would establish that you're meeting those goals. So overall, FAME's comment to overall thought process there from OPEGA is that we view the overall goal of the program is to stimulate private investment in the state. But underneath that are several sub goals or what I call sub goals, and those are the public benefits that we would hope would flow from that level of private investment. Those would include, but not be limited to, jobs, other payroll and other spending that are being done by these businesses, whether it's supply chain purchasing, trucking, all the attendant expenses that operating business provides in terms of economic activity in the area. It could include tax revenue, and I guess so all of those are sub goals. And I think what's important from our perspective is to recognize that not all investments and not all companies will provide all of these they will meet all of these sub goals. They might meet one, they might meet all, but any particular investment or any particular company is certainly not going to probably tick off all of the sub goals. they are going to, I think they will, the program design is such that it will, bring in additional private investment. And then I think it's important to track, what that company that gets the private investment does to track the potential benefits of soliciting that private investment. But also recognize that, that investment decisions are multifaceted, and business success, is the reasons for business success are multifaceted. And so, we need to measure these things to show that they're, to try to track the benefits of the program. But we need to also recognize that it's never going to be necessarily the sole reason, that things happen. So, but we're tracking those things to give us data to show that we're hoping it's having the effect that's desired. The OPEGA recommendations had a couple of several different suggestions around different goals or questions around different goals, and identifying questions around those goals. For example, it asked whether or suggested we in the community consider whether a goal was increasing investment, and if so, which I think we would agree it is. Should there be time limit on applications? Should founders and others that are related to the company in some way be able to participate? And are we maximizing investments from out of state if that's part of the goal? So on the first question, I think we absolutely would agree that there should be a time limit on people investing. This is in other words, if you made an investment in 2021. It's not, people don't always file their investment application, their credit application immediately. Often they wait for, when they're compiling their tax return information and go, oh, I need a certificate from FAME, and then they send their application in. But it was clearly, they clearly knew about the program. They clearly, it was an important part of their decision, but they just hadn't filed the paperwork yet. But there ought to be a time limit. And so we're suggesting that at a minimum, that time limit be October 15th of the following year. That would align. We originally contemplated April 15th as a kind of initial tax deadline, but there are significant number of people file extensions for their tax returns. So we're suggesting October 15th as a more appropriate deadline for that. But it does require it to kind of tie to a tax year. So we think that makes sense. On the topic of whether or not founders or other people connected to the company ought to be able to participate. We certainly could look at a kind of more of a bright line test of how much, whether certain company roles or certain ownership levels make someone automatically not qualify for the credit. Our rules, and I think the program design to date, has largely focused on something that I think is more is a somewhat better model, and that is focusing on control of the company. And so the credit's designed to lessen, the risk of investment, and it's designed to incentivize investment by investors who don't have the ability to control, the protection or the success of their investment. What we call somewhat passive investors. Now, what is totally passive versus partly passive? But we focus on control, and so anyone who owns more than 50% of a company can't, is by definition not eligible. So that's someone who, as a stockholder, if you completely has the right to to control the company. People involved in day-to-day, high-level management, the president, the CFO, COO, those people are disqualified. People with lesser roles and lesser stock interests, we still ask them questions to solicit how much control they have over a business. And so, we do end up with people who have a small ownership share in the business, participating in the program, or who have, had at one time had some, had maybe perhaps a more significant role. But if they're at a point where they are, a minority holder at this point without the ability to, affect decision making that would protect their investment, we would still find them eligible. And we think that's an important way to structure things so that it makes more sense from an investor community. and I'll give you an example of how that might play out in an investment. So a lot of venture capital firms, for example, they're significant investors, and they might be buying 20% of the company or something like that, and they're generally requiring, a lot of them require a board seat as part of their investment to be able to have some input on what's going on. Now, we ensure that there's more than one director, or frankly, more than two directors in that scenario, so that they don't have excessive control. But the venture capital funds are bringing a significant source of investment, and they're bringing a lot of other attributes to the party. And so they're bringing their investment connections, their business expertise, their connections, and things like that. So we think that that's a kind of a better way to look at. But we certainly would look at and work with others if they thought a more bright line tests were in terms of percentages of ownership and things were a better way to do it. And finally, there was the OPEGA asked whether we should do anything more to incentivize other out-of-state investment. We could certainly do that. Right now, only venture capital funds who invest get refundable credits, and therefore it makes sense for people out of state investing. If you're going to solicit others, you'd have to make all the credits refundable. And I think that's, that would have some negative side consequences, including like that, a different, I think it would largely have fiscal issues, and I don't think Maine Revenue Services would have a great, would love that idea. But again, willing to work with whatever the, whatever the legislature thinks is appropriate. The next item that OPEGA suggested was questioning, or at least considering whether job creation was a prime goal, and if so, should we consider different job skills requirements or salary levels as requirements of participating in the program. I think our response to that would be a bit difficult to do that when we're still focusing on job type. I mean, on business type. So we have manufacturers, we have exporters of goods and services, which might be part manufacturers or part service providers, but then we have the advanced tech companies, which might have those higher skilled jobs and maybe higher salaries. So we have, inside the business eligibility test now, we have a wide range of types of jobs that are likely to be in these. And if we created job skill levels, we would just have to look at structuring the program quite a bit differently than focusing on job types, because there wouldn't be a lot of consistency there. Next, I think the OPEGA suggested considering whether municipal taxes was a primary goal, and then whether we ought to add requirements around that. And our response to that is that as I mentioned before, it would be a sub goal. And so I think we wouldn't necessarily, we would want to track that data to show some of the economic benefits flowing from the private investment we were hoping to solicit, but I wouldn't consider it a primary goal or something that the program ought to be designed around. OPEGA also identified a potential goal of promoting innovation, and said whether should we consider that, and how, should we structure eligibility around innovative types of businesses. And again, I think it's difficult to do that because it's hard to identify what innovation is. I think I think there's innovation that takes place in all kinds of businesses, whether that's legacy industries like manufacturing, but it's also obviously there's more of it in some of these software and advanced tech businesses. But I think it would be hard to figure out exactly what innovation means, and is that restricted to certain industries. Finally, I would just say in conclusion that we think this program is a very important economic development tool. We recognize that there's always room for improvement in both the identifying the goals, making sure those the program is designed to meet those goals, and then we're looking at what success means and we're collecting data to show what that means. And so we firmly believe in accountability, and we think we can be accountable and have an important program continue. So we're looking forward to working with the legislature and other stakeholders to improve the program and achieve the goal of making it appropriately accountable.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Roney, for that presentation. Are there questions or comments from members on this subject or anything we've covered earlier this morning with FAME? Mr. Roney, have you covered all the documents you've intended to cover?
I just, yes, probably too thoroughly, but yes.
No, that's okay. The way our packets get mailed, sometimes it's difficult to keep it all straight, but that's not your issue. Okay. Lucia.
I just had a very quick process question. So you've had the presentation from OPEGA, the public hearing or public comment period. So the presentation was in August, the public hearing was in September. That led into a work session during which the GOC endorsed the report, and just in terms of that formality about endorsing the report, but then also in terms of then had follow-up questions to send to FAME, and which now you've got the report back from that. And so I think I just want to be clear if there's any actions that you need support from OPEGA in terms of next steps. The report, in terms of sending it over to the taxation committee, they have received copies of the report. If you wanted these materials from FAME to go over to them, we could certainly do that for you, or anything else. I just want to get clear on what, if you have any asks of us to follow up from today.
Sure. I'll share my thought, which is asking FAME to provide feedback on two separate sort of buckets. One is the administrative piece and one is the policy piece. We've asked for that feedback. They've received it. And so I feel at this time we've collected the information and data we were primarily seeking, and this project is now in a stage where I think it can be handed over to the policy committee for their continued review and potential amendments. If I had to guess, I would say there will be at least one bill before taxation committee on seed capital tax credit that will be drawing from the OPEGA recommendations. And I think this feedback from FAME will be useful in that process. So from where I said, I think we've received what we need from FAME. We've got it into a format where it can be transmitted to tax, and I caution this committee against diving into the world of writing tax policy. I think that's for another group to be charged with. But our role is oversight, accountability, and I think we've largely accomplished our goal on that front. Welcome to hear other thoughts from members. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I don't necessarily think we need a motion, but we could have the chairs transmit this to tax via letter with the attachments as from FAME.
I support that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So I think we've got direction for staff. Doesn't look like we have any further questions or comments for FAME. So Mr. Roney, Mr. Norbert, thank you once again for joining us today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Lucia, do you have what you need from us?
Yes, yes, I do. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. So we will move on to the next item, which is a tax expenditure review, our annual review of categories and schedule. So for this section, we'll turn to Lucia.
Thank you very much. So under the tax expenditure review statutes, there's a requirement that the Government Oversight Committee, in consultation with the Taxation Committee, annually review and make any necessary adjustments to the review category assignments and the schedule for the evaluation of tax expenditures. And this includes making adjustments to incorporate newly enacted or amended or repealed tax expenditures during the prior legislation. So what OPEGA does every year and has completed for this year is review the legislation from the 2021 legislative sessions and see what implications that has for the laundry list of all tax expenditures. So to assist in the annual review to be conducted by GOC in consultation with tax, we prepare a table or a series of tables. Those are in your packet. It was emailed to you, and then also in the hard copies that were mailed to you, it's behind tab 4. There's a cover memo addressing what I'm talking through with you right now. And then there's 20 pages worth of tables on tax expenditures. So the step today is that we bring this to the GOC. We're presenting to you what we found for newly enacted, amended, and repealed tax expenditures in Table 1. And then we're providing you the current lists of by category, incorporating those newly enacted, amended, or repealed expenditures. And so first of all, I just want to we'll just review these to you, and then the next steps are for you to think about how you want to perform the consultation with tax in terms of getting agreement on what are the next expenditures for full evaluation, and the next step in the expedited review process, which is conducted by tax. And as a side note, I would just also mention that the tax expenditure review working group, of which some GOC members have been participating, have been talking about these issues as well. So my goal for today is just to give you a high level overview, and so that you have the information and discuss next steps. If you look at the tables that we presented, Table 1, which is a one-page table, are the proposed adjustments to review category assignments, and this is where we incorporate legislation from last session. We found there was one new tax expenditure enacted that OPEGA would propose ultimately to get a full evaluation. This is a refundable income tax credit for a paper manufacturer certified by DECD as a qualified applicant. And while there are no immediate economic impacts, once it takes effect, there's increasing fiscal impacts. In the first year, they were projecting impacts of $800,000. That's not until a couple of years out, and then increasing to 1.5 million. So this was one that we found. In terms of expedited reviews, so these are the tax expenditure that fall into policy areas. They're not targeting a specific behavior, but rather implementing broad tax policy. Here, there was just one that's in the current list that was repealed. So we propose removing that. And then there were a series of, let's see, there were 5 sales tax exemptions that were enacted that we've listed as into the category of no review, which is reserved for those tax expenditures that are relatively minor or don't lend themselves to evaluation. So there were 6 of those, and also those that have small fiscal impacts. And there's also the final one on that at the bottom, the access to the justice income tax credit. This is a small tax credit of up to $6,000 for up to 5 attorneys to practice law in underserved areas of Maine. So that has a relatively small impact. It does have a specific goal in mind, but we did suggest, at least for now, that that would fall into no review. Are there any questions about the what's on Table 1 on page 1 of that? Okay. So in the following tables, I'm gonna just spend a couple of minutes on the full evaluation, which is Table 2, starting on page 2 of the 20 pages of tables. So these are the ones that are the most central to the GOC and OPEGA's work. As I mentioned earlier, expedited reviews are conducted by the Taxation Committee, and then obviously no reviews don't get a review. But the full evaluations are like the Historic Rehabilitation Tax Credit and the Seed Capital Tax Credit reports that you're talking about today. And there will need to be some work and discussion by the GOC and tax to figure out where you want us to go next. So we're currently just finished the historic rehabilitation tax credit. We have the research expense tax credit underway. So those are listed in the top section of table 2 on page 2 of 20. And then there are about 23 additional entries under future evaluations, which continue on to pages, let's see, that goes up through page 6. And I think that the work that needs to be done there is really discussing and prioritizing, reviewing the list that's there now to see where it makes sense to head next. The plan in place right now, the order is to, which is presented here, puts the category of business incentives for targeted industries as what OPEGA would look to next. I did want to note for your attention that in reviewing this list, I noted that the shipbuilding facility tax credit, which is ID 171, and the major food processing and manufacturing facilities expansion credit, which is 185, those are both on page 2. Both of those are relatively new, and I would caution that it might be worth thinking about when they will actually be ready to have enough experience and data to conduct an evaluation. If they're just being rolled out in the recent and upcoming tax years, it might make sense to wait a little bit on those until we have the experience and evidence to do an evaluation. So one thing, as you go forward and discuss what comes next, might be thinking about having a discussion about how long these have been in place and the extent of data that's available. And that is also another discussion of the tax expenditure working group, is the evaluability. How ready are these to be evaluated, both in terms of experience and available data? So I just really want to preview this for you and then kind of bookmark it for when you have time to schedule a discussion, and also get your input on how you want to roll out the consultation with tax committee in setting these priorities for the full evaluations. The remaining parts of the 20 pages starting after page 6. So the expedited reviews are on page 7 through 15, I think. No, page 7 through 14, and 14 starts the no reviews. So there's quite a lot there. I don't want to go through them all one by one. I want you to have these available and hear from you what would be most helpful in moving forward in the discussion about setting priorities for where we turn to next for full evaluations.
Thank you, Lucia. Questions or comments from members? Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you were talking, Lucia, and pointing out that some of these are fairly new, I'm assuming then some of these are fairly old. So what would be helpful to me is to actually have that chart reshuffled and maybe oldest to newest, or in some way make them chronological in terms of how long they've been around. That would be helpful to me. Thank you.
I would second that suggestion. And Lucia, we'd also talked about sunset dates being included so that we can have a sense of what might be expiring soon on the horizon. Further comments or questions? On the shipbuilding credit, my understanding that has been around for a while. It was subject of a lot of debate, but there's one shipbuilder in Maine that qualifies for this credit, as it turns out, and they've been accessing it for decades. That's my understanding.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood. I was seeing what I was reading, that it was tax years beginning on or after January 1st, 2020. But maybe this is a new version of a prior credit, and I just didn't have the history. I was just looking at what was in front of me. So maybe there is an extensive history and we can certainly look into that further. It just, the 2020 caught my eye and made me wonder.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. It probably is technically a new credit, but it takes over for something that has been in place. So I would suggest for a process that the staff prepare a revision to this table, which includes some of that historic info for us. And then we ask the tax committee to get together to review this table and provide any comments they'd like to us. I think the tax committee may not be able to get together again until January. So Lucia, I know we've got some statutory requirement to approve this. Can you remind me what our deadline is?
There's a requirement that the GOC and the taxation committee review and make adjustments. There's not a specific approval requirement. You're technically every year supposed to review and make the adjustments by October. I think that's another subject maybe for the tax expenditure working group of whether the October date makes any sense given when the committees are meeting and when we have all the information on the enactment of all the follow-up work from the past session. So I think it's been done at various times. So I think the fact that we brought it to you at your first meeting after you didn't meet in October, so we brought it to you now, and it's sort of starting that process.
Right. Okay.
So what I'm hearing, just can I clarify so I make sure it's right, is that we would go back and revise the full evaluation portion and the full evaluation related matters in the spreadsheets and add information, historical information on enactment of this exact credit or related credits. So we have a sense of the timeline, any sunset dates that are in statute now so that we can make sure that evaluations are teed up to happen before something sunsets if possible. And then we would also still keep the way it's organized now, where we would keep a column for the policy grouping into business incentives, non-business incentives, other types, so there would be different ways to sort them. And then we would provide that revised document to both the GOC and the taxation committee. And with the taxation, we would send a memo requesting that from the GOC chairs to request the review by the taxation committee and maybe a report back to the GOC if you wished at in sometime in January perhaps, or because it will be important for OPEGA pretty soon to know what you want us to have on deck. We are very busy, but it's always very helpful to us to know what's next.
Right.
Is that consistent, what I just laid out? Is that what you are envisioning?
I think so. I do want to hear from tax on what, if they have anything that they're thinking of that would benefit from an OPEGA analysis. They may have a bill in the hopper that deals with one of these items under the full evaluation category, and maybe we want to see if we can accommodate any desire to move one up sooner. But I think you've laid it out well, Lucia, and we'll leave it there.
Yeah, I can keep an eye on too, also on what when the bill titles are published as they come about, like what gets let in and not, and see. We can also make note if we are aware of a bill title that's in. I could add that to the spreadsheet.
Sounds good. Okay. Further comments or questions from committee? Seeing none, we will go next to report from Director Nixon on status of projects in progress.
So we're taking this out of order to finish the GOC items on the agenda while it's just the GOC committee before you're joined into a joint meeting with HHS. So behind tab 7, you'll see your usual tabular format of all the OPEGA projects on the work plan. And so just give you a quick run through. The MCILS project, we did have one small piece of remaining work related to indigency determination that has been put on hold, or was put on hold this summer when we were directed to divert as many staff resources as were necessary to address the Child Protective Services work. So that is in the wings to be picked up when we can. You do have your next quarterly report back from MCILS on the other pieces of work more generally, which we will schedule for January for you. Historic reservation tax credit, you had the presentation today, and we will schedule public comment for the next meeting. The research expense tax credit evaluation has also been paused/delayed by Child Protective Services, but we are keeping that inching along. It is tax work, so it's a bit separate. We've tried to preserve some small amount of resources to keep that inching along. In every year so far, in the last 6 years, OPEGA has prepared information to support the Taxation Committee's expedited review of broad groups of tax expenditures. And so we have prepared that. We have completed compiling that information for the 6th year of the cycle, which is a 6-year cycle. And we will be submitting that material to the Taxation Committee as required, and also provide copies to you. That will occur later this month. The Tax Expenditure Review Working Group, which isn't listed on our work plan, but has required a fair share of effort and attention by OPEGA staff, and also for GOC members. Their last meeting was November 1st, and their report is due December 1st. And OPEGA is working with staff also from OFPR on assisting the committee with drafting their report. And I think the intent would be to schedule some time in January for both the GOC and tax to have presentations and discussions regarding the recommendations of that working group. So Child Protective Services is going to be the subject of your presentations this afternoon in terms of where we're at from a process standpoint. And we, as you know, during the when we have work in progress, we don't talk about our findings, but we are happy to give you a status update. So on 2 pieces that are active. The first piece, which we will be providing an information brief to the GOC January 15th, is looking at the landscape of oversight and advisory entities that are outside of DHHS, that provide other oversight functions in the state, and potentially also looking at the federal players as well, and how that works. So we are finishing up field work, which is involved in an intensive amount of interviews, and we're synthesizing the information, and we'll begin drafting later this month. With the holidays, we're going to have to get a good start to make sure we can get this done in mid-January. On the interest of great attention, which we will be delivering a report to you in March on the assessment and investigation process and issues around child safety in that process. We have completed our work in reviewing OCFS policies. We've conducted multiple individual and group interviews with agency staff, over a dozen interviews. We have also prepared the survey of caseworkers and supervisors, which will go out to over 200 individual caseworkers and supervisors in the department, and that will be launched this week. And we have also obtained some data from DHHS on all of the investigations that were conducted in 2020. And we are also in the process of developing our methodology for gathering information and perspectives of specific groups of mandated reporters. So that's it's a big focus of everyone in the office, and keeping that moving and getting a lot of attention. We're excited to get the survey out in the field this week, the survey of caseworkers and supervisors. The one other note I wanted just to make from OPEGA is that, as you know, we had an analyst, Ariel Ritchie, departed in mid-October. So we posted the job late October. We've got a group of candidates, a good cohort, and we're hoping to start some first interviews next week. So that will be very helpful to us in keeping everything moving for you. So those are my updates for you at this time. Any questions?
Representative Miller.
you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just looking at all 4 pages as Lucia was talking, and at the very back, page 4, the Workday Maine program, it's noted that back in March or April, we discussed tabling it until we knew the outcome of negotiations and litigation. I've been hearing some rumors that suggest that maybe there is progress there and that there is work evolving on a RFP for implementation purposes. I'm just wondering if it might be appropriate to have an update on the status of negotiations and litigation at our first meeting in January.
Thank you for the suggestion, Representative. I'm obviously open to having any and all present to our group and give us information. I guess I would just ask, given your past experience, Representative, in an appointed position, do you feel like DAFs would be able to share anything substantive with us if negotiations are ongoing, given the delicate nature of that sort of process?
I'm thinking just a written response in terms of how things have proceeded since April 23rd would be adequate. I know that if there is drafting going on an RFP, that would be off limits for us to engage in that, but perhaps just a simple status update in writing would be adequate.
Okay, thank you. Representative Stover?
I had to step off for a second because I had a call, but I assume Representative Millet's talking about Workday.
Correct.
Yes. So I just, I wanted to support what he's saying. I would like to get back to that. I think we still have some information to process and not including the RFP because we can't, but if we could move that discussion up, if it could even be January, that would be great. Sooner, even better. But I know that it's November and the holidays are here, so I'm realistic as well.
Sure.
I think there's some unfinished work there for us to talk about. Thank you.
So I think so long as we are not tasking the OPEGA staff with large volumes of work, I think it'd be appropriate to make this request at DAFs. We could transmit a letter, ask for a response by our first January meeting. And the purpose of the letter is seeking an update on negotiations and any other related subject matter. Is there any objection to that course of action? Okay. Lucia, do you have what you need for direction?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll get a draft for your review.
Are there any other comments or questions on the work project list or anything in Lucia's update? Okay. The last item out of order that we're hoping to accomplish before we break for a lunch is just looking at the schedule for 2022. We were thinking about having GOC meet on the first and third Fridays of the month while we were in session. First and third Fridays of the month, 10 a.m. start time. This would line up with our first Child Protective Services report that would be due around the third week of January. It would also line up with school vacation schedules in a good way, which is to say meetings would not occur during school vacation week. So I know that's a consideration for some. So that's what the chairs are proposing for a meeting schedule, and we just want to see if the committee is comfortable with that. Representative Stover, followed by Senator Bailey. Okay, Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am just going to throw this out there that I did heed the call from the Maine Child Welfare Advisory Panel that they were looking for and needed to fill their slot for a legislator representative. And so I am now serving on that panel, which I think it is important that a member of GOC serve on that panel. They meet on the first Friday of every month. So that will create a conflict for me on the first Friday of every month.
Noted, Senator Bailey. Are there other folks that want to chime in on that? On the meeting frequency and schedule?
Senator Bailey, do you know what time that meeting meets? Is it start the same as ours?
They start at 9. They usually go till noontime. So it's usually the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Millett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if Senator Bailey would be amenable to maybe a second and fourth Friday of the month to assure that she would not be on an every month basis prevented from attending the first meeting.
I would more than appreciate that if we could do that.
So any objection to second and fourth? So I think for staff, that would mean the first Child Protective Service report will not effectively be due until that fourth week. Lucia, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we'll put the first meeting after the report due date to be delivering the report at the meeting on January 28th. So we will certainly, have completed the work and have it available, but we will be making it publicly available when it gets presented to the GOC, which will be the first meeting after the 15th, which would be that 28th if you shift to that. And so we can just be aware that that's the case.
Okay. I'm going to proffer a great compromise here. I'm going to suggest we meet on the third Friday in January to receive the Child Protective Report in a timely manner. And then we meet on the second and fourth Fridays each month following. So we'll have one January meeting and then 2 meetings in February, March, and April. How does that sound? Okay. Do we need to take a vote on that, Lucia, or we?
No, that doesn't require a vote. We just need to make sure that we have it noted when you want to meet, and Serena can make all the arrangements.
Okay.
May I ask, would those be at 10 o'clock meetings?
10 o'clock, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. We do not yet have guidance from the Legislative Council on in-person, hybrid, or remote. We're still waiting on that. Representative Stover.
Can you just mention that January date again? I want to lock it in my calendar.
Yes.
It's 21st, is it?
The third Friday in
21st.
January, which is the 21st.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Okay. So we've got 1 o'clock scheduled with HHS. And we'll have several presentations for that section of our meeting. I expect it's going to be some pretty important discussions. So we appreciate folks hanging with us through the afternoon. If there's no other business anyone wants to bring up, we'll take a lunch break and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock sharp, assuming technology cooperates with us. Okay. Lucia?
Oh, just everyone's happy. You can just, if you want to stay in the meeting without going out and coming back in, just turn off your microphone and your video and it'll be there for you when you come back. But that's an option.
Okay, I think that's a good suggestion. So I'm going to do that. Put my video and audio off. We'll put the committee at ease until 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. We're hoping to get started right at 1. So if there are members of the two committees who have their video turned off, and you can turn your video on now, that would be greatly appreciated. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Government Oversight Committee. For this afternoon's session, we are joined by members and staff from the Legislature's Health and Human Services Committee. I'd like to turn it over to the co-chairs of the HHS Committee to lead committee introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll just go ahead and go around our virtual horseshoe. I saw Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator Libby and members of the GOC. Sam Zager, I represent District 41 in Portland, and any veterans or active Marine Corps members, I want to wish a happy birthday to the U.S. Marine Corps today.
Representative Stover.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, and South Bristol. I also serve on Government Oversight Committee and Human Services. Nice to be with you.
Thank you. Senator Baldacci.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Baldacci. I represent Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. Thank you.
Representative Perry.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes Indian Township, Baileyville, Barron, Calais, Charlotte, Robinson, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
I'll loop back to Representative Lemelin. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Lemelin. I represent House District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Have I missed Representative Connor yet? Oh, okay. I haven't seen Representative Craven either. Representative Madigan's here. Oh, there's Representative Craven. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston. And I've seen you this morning, but here I am again.
Representative Madigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Representative Griffin.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Gudesque.
Senator Moore.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to see everyone, even if we are in our virtual world here. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
Did I miss Representative Javner? Then we'll go to Co-Chair Meyer.
Representative Javner is there, Senator Claxton.
Oh, there she is. Okay. I can't find you in the chiclet box. Representative Javner.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Kathy Javner. I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington County.
And now we'll go to Co-Chair Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is all of Elliott, where I live, and parts of South Berwick and Kittering.
And I'm Ned Claxton. I'm honored to serve Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, where I live, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester, and serve as chair, Senate chair for HHS. Thank you, Senator Libby.
Great. Thank you, HHS members, for joining us today for this sort of unique meeting of the Government Oversight Committee. GOC did committee introductions earlier this morning, so I think for the sake of time, we'll dispense with that for now. Our agenda for this afternoon includes several presentations. I want to just review the order very briefly for folks. I believe first up will be opening remarks from Dr. Landry, who leads the Office of Child and Family Services. Those brief remarks will then be followed by representatives from Casey Family Programs, who were serving as lead consultant on the outside review of OCFS policies and procedures and the cases that caused us to take a look at these issues. That presentation from Casey will be followed by a presentation from Collaborative Safety. And then after those two presentations, Dr. Landry and representatives from OCFS can provide comments on those findings. And then our final presentation of today will come from the Child Welfare Ombudsman, Christine Alberry. So that's the order of presentations. My suggestion for how we deal with questions and answers is that I think it could get a little wonky if we interrupt presenters with up to 20 lawmakers posing their questions. So what I would propose is that we have a presenter complete their remarks, and then we hold a Q&A. We move forward in that manner. I see heads nodding, so I think we're good with that approach. Okay. Are there any comments or questions from HHS or GOC members before we begin the presentation? Okay, seeing none. Molly Bogart from DHHS has raised her hand. Molly, good afternoon.
Hi, Senator. For the benefit of folks listening, I'm Molly Bogart, Director of Government Relations for DHHS, and just wanted to let you know, to save some time and jump right into the meat of things, I think we'll actually just have Mr. Despard start, if that works for the committee, and then Director Landry can give all of his comments after Casey and Collaborative Safety have gone.
That sounds good. I was reading from an agenda that might have been prepared on Monday, so I think we got new information since then. So that's fine. I think we'll invite Daniel Despard from Casey Family Programs to begin his presentation.
Thank you, Senator Libby, Representative McDonald, honorable members of the Government Oversight Committee, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and honorable members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for having me today. My name is Dan Despard, and I've worked at Casey Family Programs for the last decade as a strategic consultant, and I've worked with numerous states in that role, including Maine. Over the course of my 35 years working in child welfare, I was also the Director of Child Welfare for Maine Department of Health and Human Services. Casey Family Programs is the nation's largest operating foundation focused on safely reducing the need for foster care in the United States. Founded in 1966 by Jim Casey, who was the founder of United Parcel Service, or UPS as we know it. Casey Family Programs works in all 50 states, Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and with tribal nations across North America, to influence long-lasting improvements to the safety and well-being of children, families, and the communities where they live. As a nonprofit operating foundation, our services are free of charge, and we do not solicit donations. We use our endowment of more than $2.5 billion, along with our internal expertise, to support agencies and communities in developing and deploying integrated, effective responses that improve the safety and well-being of children and their families. We support system improvements in practice and policy and work to ensure that these improvements will endure over time. Our approach is based on learning from and collaborating with those who are working to improve the safety and well-being of children and their families. As a strategic consultant, a good portion of my work involves using this approach with the public child welfare agency leaders to share strategies and knowledge backed by technical assistance, data analysis, and research and evaluations. One of these strategies that I shared with the main OCFS leadership involves an approach to reviewing, debriefing, and learning from critical incidents, including child fatalities. This approach, which you'll soon hear more about from our colleagues at Collaborative Safety, draws from the field of safety science and its application in aviation, nuclear power, some aspects of medical care, and other safety critical industries, to review critical incidents through a more systemic lens, to develop learning points for system improvements. Collaborative Safety is an organization that has demonstrated expertise in this approach and has developed a safety science-based model for critical incident reviews. In child welfare, these reviews are often conducted after a fatality or a serious injury, but can also be conducted after other significant events. KC Family Programs has partnered with Collaborative Safety in working with several other jurisdictions to build internal capacity to implement this model. Therefore, when Director Landry contacted me this past July to request KC Family Programs assistance in investigating several recent child fatalities to evaluate child safety policies and practices in the context of those deaths, and to offer recommendations, we engaged Collaborative Safety to use their safety science-based model to conduct critical incident reviews of the fatalities. Before I turn it over to Collaborative Safety, I'd like to offer two level-setting points that I believe will help the committee better understand the review and its recommendations. The first of these pertains to what we mean when we use the terms child welfare system or the system. While we recognize that the Public Child Welfare Agency is central to that system, the system is much broader and involves multiple stakeholders, including the courts, law enforcement, education, medical providers, community service providers, community members, and many, many more. Keeping children safe is the responsibility of all system partners. The second related point is that once the Public Child Welfare Agency, in this case OCFS, begins working with a child and family, the core of that work is the assessment of child safety. That assessment of child safety is completely dependent upon the information gathered and shared among the system partners. So practices, policies, or protocols that enhance or improve the gathering and sharing of critical information among the system partners will enhance the assessment of child safety, and in turn, enhance the plans to keep children safe. As the committee examines the summary of this review and its recommendations, I think this will be understood as a central theme. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to my colleagues at Collaborative Safety to describe the review approach and the process and go over the summary and recommendations. Thank you, and please let me introduce Scott Modell from Collaborative Safety.
Thank you, Dan, and Senator Libby, Representative McDonald, honorable members of the Government Oversight Committee, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and honorable members of the Health and Human Service Committee. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Scott Modell, and with me is Noel Hengelbrock, and we're from Collaborative Safety. And before we get into the key findings and recommendations, we thought it would be instructive to do a little bit of a presentation of the background of safety science and the model as a basis for which the review was conducted. So if I'm able to share my screen, I will go ahead and do that. So when we look at critical incidents across different industries in the United States, similar patterns start to emerge, and patterns for child welfare emerge as well. And we're going to go through some of those with you, and then get you a little bit into the background science for this review. So if we look at headlines from the state of Florida back in May 2011, you'll see headlines of budget cuts. Fast forward a few years later, you'll see high-profile child deaths. You see the public outrage. People start getting fired. More money. In Massachusetts, budget cuts. Fast forward a few years later, high profile child deaths. You have the public outrage. People start getting fired. More money. We look to Illinois. You have a 4-year period of budget cuts. Fast forward a few years later, high profile child deaths, public outrage. People start getting fired. More money. So you can kind of see this pattern. And this pattern happened in Tennessee as well. We had the budget cuts, the high profile events, the public outrage, the firings, and the more funds. So at this point, we were working for the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities. I was their deputy commissioner. Noel was our director of safety systems. And we were brought over to Children's Services to, when the Children's Services Commissioner stepped down, we were brought over with our commissioner to help Children's Services and redo how they looked at critical incidents. And if you say, who does safety better than anybody on the planet? A couple of the industries keep coming up, and Dan alluded to some of these: aviation, nuclear energy, some sectors of the military, some sectors of healthcare. Well, who do they study? Who do they draw from? Well, they draw from this body of science called human factors and system safety. And when they have a critical incident, they behave distinctly differently. They treat their people distinctly differently. And it's instructive to look at comparing how other safety critical industry looks at reviews. But when we built this system in the state of Tennessee, people started to notice. Other states were like, hey, what are y'all doing there in Tennessee? President Obama's commission to eliminate child abuse and neglect fatalities noticed. They asked us to come testify. And, we got some of the questions of, are you trying to make child welfare workers pilots or surgeons? And we said, no, of course not. But like pilots, like surgeons, child welfare workers can make high profile, high consequence decisions every day. So when we look at how, let's say, aviation was typically held up of adopting this science really strongly, and it's one of the reasons why you can sit on a US commercial aircraft for thousands of years before anything bad happened to you. We're going to compare how aviation conducts a review typically with how child welfare does. So we're going to compare Turkish Air Flight 1951 receives erroneous information from the plane's radio altimeter system. Crew responds, plane crashes, 9 people die. And we're going to compare that with a 2-year-old girl being left unattended by her foster family, drowns in the family swimming pool. So if we look at excerpts from the aviation report, we see language like the captain had close to 11,000 hours in the Boeing 737 alone. This combination of training standards and experience is apparently not enough to protect crews from the subtle effects of automation failures during automated human monitored flight. Documentation and training available for flight crews of the Boeing 737 next generation leaves important gaps in the mental model that a crew may build up about which systems and sensor inputs are responsible for what during these autopilot situations, automated human monitored flight. Really interesting language. If we look at an excerpt from a child welfare example from the drowning, it's indisputable that pools are dangerous. The home should never have been approved. The pool should have been removed. No children should ever have been placed in the home. So, and by failing to ensure this, they violated policy and standards. What's interesting about this language, and we bolded some of it for you, is it's an explanation of what happened by what people didn't do. Contemporary safety science directs us fully away from trying to understand what happened by focusing on what people didn't do. Rather, we are guided to focus on what people did do and why they did it, because that gives us the best clues on how to learn and improve. And before we get into a little bit more into sort of how safety science is embedded in child welfare and systems, one of the questions that we asked initially when we started this process over half a decade ago was, and we've asked this to thousands and thousands of child welfare workers, commissioners, secretaries, frontline staff, external partners, law enforcement, and so forth. Can frontline staff follow every policy and complete every task on every case? And the answer resoundingly is no. Everyone answers no to the question. So what we would say then is, then why would we ever put a review process in place that when there is a critical incident, the first thing we do is look back and go, did you follow every policy and complete every task? When we know on the front end that it's impossible to do so. And then what we typically do after that is just add more things to the system, more rules, more policies, more forms, subsequently increasing that risk envelope that staff aren't going to be able to complete everything. So there's actually a really better way to do it. There's science that guides us to do it in safety critical industry. And we've been doing this in child welfare agencies across the country over the last 5-6 years. And we're going to talk to you a little bit more about what that's like, dive in a little bit to the review, and then certainly we'll have plenty of time for questions and answers. So I'm going to let Noel take this part over, and I'll move the slides for you.
Right. So what we want to briefly highlight here are some really key principles that I think surface within the field of human factors and system safety, but are certainly a basis for a lot of our work and certainly behind any reviews that we conduct as well. So this first transition, or this first point here, is really important. This is something when we talk about safety critical industry, safety science, literature has been known for decades. But when we look at health and human services across the country, and certainly many different industries, we see we're a little late catching up here. But what we move to is accountability from the typical place we start, which is blame. Very often what we can see happen is when we have high profile events, we can quickly go to trying to point the finger at somebody. Typically, this falls on the most easily identifiable source of malfeasance in any system, which is going to be your frontline worker. And when we do this, we put all of the focus of our learning on what a person did or didn't do, on the judgment of the quality of work that they may have conducted. But it doesn't tell us much about the context of work that people have to operate in every single day. It doesn't tell us much about the system that impacts people's ability to be successful. And it certainly doesn't bring us information that's going to allow us to improve the context of work, the system that people have to operate in every single day as well. So we move towards talking about real accountability. Accountability in the sense of a kind of a safety science approach is saying, how do we have individuals who are involved in the work? How do we have representatives and voices of those who make up the system account for how it works, account for how it can improve? You know, what we like to say is that from a system perspective, from this forward-looking accountability approach, is we want to look at ourselves, 2 years, 5 years, whatever time frame we have, and say not only have we learned from this event, but we become better because of it. This next transition that we have represents another key feature. We want to move away from always applying quick fixes to really complex problems and start addressing the things that really matter. Again, this is a pattern that we can see across the country in many different industries.
It's not just limited to child welfare, but yeah, I see here.
Yeah, what we see is you have this really complex problem that's arisen. We see that there is a high profile outcome, and we can default to certain approaches, which is more policy, more training, corrective action plans, memos, or telling people to try harder, or people even losing their jobs as well. Certainly that's not to say that policy and training is a bad thing, but what we need to do is understand what the real issues are before we start putting fixes in to address them. This is where we move towards saying, well, how do we start understanding things that really matter within complex systems, like resource constraints that people have to face? How do we talk about the demands and pressures that exist at different levels of the system that impact how people prioritize work or how they carry out their duties successfully? We talk about communication, coordination, not only internally within an organization, but also externally as well. As Dan mentioned earlier, when we talk about a child welfare system, it's more than just a child welfare agency. There's many different community partners that have to communicate, coordinate activities, and rely on each other for information. And lastly, and this is really important when we think about this in context of the reviews that we conduct, what we know is that if we want to be better at learning, we want to really support true improvement, we need to move away from simple approaches towards trying to understand complex systems, and we really need to take more systemic approaches. Very often, what we can see is that the approaches we use aren't necessarily compatible with the systems that we're studying. We like to say that if we want to truly understand about how a system how a system operates, we need to use methods and approaches that are compatible with the complexity of that system. When we think about child welfare, it's not just made up of trainings, organizational hierarchies, and policies. It's made up of many different influencing factors that are, not all knowing. And we need to do our best to seek those out, to listen to those who experience the system every single day, to understand and uncover where things can be improved.
Yeah, and I think the leaders of the world in human factors and system safety might argue that, like, child welfare, social services is one of the most complex social systems there is. And sorry, did you want to keep going? Okay, so with that sort of backdrop, how do we integrate then safety science into the critical incident review? So the critical incident reviews embedding safety science that move away from this idea of just putting from blame and to true accountability is much harder. Much more energy is involved when we move to this sort of accountability as opposed to just blaming some broken component, because when we do that, it sort of covers up the complexity of the work behind it. Certainly integrating safety science into the process, getting staff perspective, and we'll talk about how that's done. But as Noel just said, making sure that the review process, the model that's used, matches the complexity of the work that's done. So a couple key features that are part of the systemic review that occurred in this review was the human factors debriefing and systemic mapping. So we'll talk briefly about the human factors debriefing. A couple key features of the human factors debriefing, when we say it's conducted by a safety analyst, that is generally somebody who's been trained on how to conduct these, and that was done by our staff in this particular case. And the participation in it is not necessarily like what you might see a critical incident debrief for law enforcement, or hey, let's get together and debrief. It's specifically designed to access what we call local rationality. Local rationality is humans make decisions in real time that make sense to them. And making sense isn't about making a decision good or bad or making a decision okay. We know that when people make decisions, they are locally rational, they make sense, and understanding why they make sense is a key to learning, because we know if decisions make sense to one person, they will make sense to other people. And certainly people don't make decisions in a vacuum. It's influenced by many different things, both proximal and distal. So we would also say that it's a safe process. It's aligns very similar with what you might see in morbidity and mortality review. Aviation has a version of this where there's a safe environment for people to talk about, what happened. So it's the human factors debriefing is to getting at what we call the second story, what's behind some of the work from the perspective of the individual. Then that information gets taken to a systemic mapping team. And we conducted 3 systemic maps. We'll show you some of that data, if you will. And the mapping team that for this review consisted of both internal OCFS staff as well as external partners. There was law enforcement, there was a provider, the ombudsman, and
OPEGA staff.
OPEGA staff, participated in the systemic mapping. And what the systemic mapping does is it's designed to further bring out that second story, sort of the complexity behind the work, which really doesn't exist in case notes. And here's a sample of a map that we have used, have conducted. So you can sort of see the different lines and sort of complexity of it at these different swim lanes at different levels of the organization. Then this information we analyze, and this is what forms the basis for those sort of key learnings and then the recommendations. So there were 5 total cases reviewed. There were 8 human factors debriefings that were completed. And then we did systemic mapping, and it was on site, and it was covered 3 days. And given approximately the amount of people there and the amount of time, it was over 240 staff, OCFS staff, and then sort of human hours, external OPEGA, ombudsman, law enforcement, and provider when we conducted the systemic mappings. And then that led to, and I'll pass it back to Noel to highlight some of the key findings and the recommendations, and then certainly we'll get to question and answers.
Yeah, so what you're looking at here is a collection of the key findings that were included in the report. So as Scott was sharing earlier, this is really the product or the themes that came out of the analysis that we conducted. It started with those human factors debriefings, which was that one-on-one conversation with staff. We went and built on that information using the systemic mapping process. Again, this is where we're getting many different voices and perspectives to come in and tell us about how the system operates, how it impacts people's ability to do their work. Included within the report is some really in-depth write-up from those mappings. What you're seeing here is a list and a kind of a collection of the themes that ultimately came out of all that information that we gathered looking across these reports. On the slide here, what we have is are the recommendations that came from those key findings. And so these recommendations were derived from or influenced by the key findings and those themes that came out of the review process. What you'll see is that many of the initial recommendations that came up, and this is in line with what Dan was sharing earlier, are looking at the child welfare system as a whole, talking about communication and coordinating activities. Certainly when we look at how this work is conducted, we see that there's many different influencing factors, different entities that play a role in keeping children and families safe. What we see as we move forward with the recommendations is we start moving towards kind of some of the conditions of the child welfare agency itself, talking about certain supports that could be put in place to ultimately allow child welfare workers to do the job as best they can.
So since you do have the report, we didn't think we would read through each of the recommendations, but we'll turn it back to the chair for sure. So it's not up to us to direct people to ask questions. We'll kick it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Senator Claxton has his hand raised.
I just wanted to acknowledge, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to acknowledge that Representative Connor has joined us. Would you care to introduce yourself, sir?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Senator. My name is Representative John Connor. I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Madigan.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. The first one is you identified difficulty engaging with caregivers, and by that I assume you mean parents or foster parents, guardians. And I'm wondering if you have any information on kind of what were the barriers towards engaging with caregivers and developing those relationships.
Yeah, so when we think about it, and certainly how kind of this was written up in this report, what we saw was that there was a bit of an adversarial relationship with kind of within the case we're talking about from the caregiver perspective with the child welfare agency itself. From the caregiver perspective, and what we're picking up on through this analysis is that it was one of, as a child welfare agency may be coming into my life, I see them more as a threat. So the more that I can distance myself or not engage, the more safe that I or my family could possibly be. And so the benefits or the supports that the child welfare agency ultimately wants to bring in don't necessarily get communicated or realized because you have this kind of difficulty up front to engage.
Thank you. And then just one other, if I can just ask my second question. You talked about the standby staffing patterns, and one of the recommendations is to look into national best practices regarding after hours coverage and things like that. And I'm wondering kind of what's the feedback you got, and if you can be specific about recommendations or problems identified.
Yeah, so what we saw with the standby staffing patterns is that based on, and so essentially what we're talking about here is during off hours. So we're talking about late at night, certainly late on weekends as well, or on weekends. You have individuals who sign up for these standby positions. And so they're going to be filling in those after hours work. And so everybody essentially is signed up in the after hours process. And what that's done by is seniority. And so everybody is a part of the standby process, but not everybody conducts the work that would be done when you get called up to do that standby work. For instance, if you have a monitoring worker. What they may be called in to do is assessment work that they have never had much experience in doing. And so through the standby process, you may bring in a worker to conduct an assessment or investigation, and they don't have much experience in conducting that work. And so what we see is this becomes an influence in staff knowing exactly kind of all the aspects of the work that they are required to complete. And you also see that there's going to be maybe differences in how questions are asked or how much information is gathered between them or a more seasoned worker in that assessment or investigative role.
Yeah, it's a challenge, not just for the state of Maine. This occurs in most child welfare agencies. It's a 24/7 operation, but it's not staffed, understandably so, just because of volume, like a corrections facility where you have a second and third shift, but there is an allocation of time that's required for after hours and on weekends. So the staff have to be available 24/7, but not being staffed 24/7. So there are some best practices that folks have across the country. We don't know what all those are, but that was what the recommendation was, to say, hey, look at these as if you are struggling to figure out how to do this better. There may be examples that align with your system, because as well, there's uniqueness to Maine system that may not be the same as other systems. So not everything fits perfectly.
Yeah, and this really is an unintended consequence of really trying to be successful, as Scott said, in kind of covering these shifts and making sure that you have staff available to do this work.
And Representative Madigan, as a follow-up, Casey Family Programs, because as I mentioned, we're in all 50 states working. We are surveying across the country for what would be considered best practices. What we know is there is not a single jurisdiction that believes they have the gold standard in this. As the folks from Collaborative Safety have mentioned, this is a challenge everywhere. What we are doing is finding jurisdictions that believe they have an improved system for that, and we will deliver that back to OCFS with a report as one of the things that we do as Casey Family Programs.
Thank you.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for the report. It's very interesting. This is a follow-up, really, regarding the communication and the perceived threats, I think, that families feel from DHHS caseworkers, and that is that we have this that we have had this program in Maine called the alternative response program that is winding down, and that seemed to have been more conducive of families participating and communicating with home visitors. And I wondered if you'd looked at that at all, or if you were going to be recommending that continue employing alternative response workers.
Yeah, so certainly alternative response did come up within the scope of review, based on the analysis and based on the discussion that we had, not only with representatives from alternative response, but those kind of working within OCF as well. It didn't really come out necessarily as being this key finding that would be prompting any specific recommendation towards alternative response.
Senator Claxton, followed by Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your work and your human factor debriefing as relates to knowledge factors, did you come away with the sense that the care workers were being afforded the opportunity to acquire all the knowledge that they needed to do this work? Does your report, I didn't see it mentioned specifically in there, but I hate to have people working in positions for which where they're not fully trained, although they may be experienced.
It varied specifically to how we think about knowledge factors, because when we think about how that came up within context of the report specifically, it wasn't always just kind of the presence or absence of knowledge. It was really how do people activate it? For instance, sometimes if you are on a very tight timeline, the ability to really act on or actualize all the knowledge that you really have or been provided becomes compromised a bit. We talked about the standby staffing patterns earlier. For instance, if we have a worker who doesn't have much experience working a particular type of case, who through the standby process is now put in that position to kind of solely work that case, what we can see is just by the very difference of them not having experience within that type of work, that you're going to see some type of deficits or differences rather from somebody who is experienced in that work specifically.
Yeah, Senator Claxton, it's. Oh, I'm sorry if you wanted to follow up.
No, go ahead.
I think it's an excellent question. I think it's a good question of, is everybody trained in everything they need? And what we know from safety critical industry is, even though sometimes somebody may be trained on something, as Noel alluded to, that knowledge isn't necessarily always activated. So I think there are circumstances that support that. And without getting into sort of current events, you can already see sort of on the Alec Baldwin Rust movie incident that happened, that there's a lot of discussion about knowledge about firearm safety that may or may not have been used for a variety of reasons, and not value judging what happened there in any way. So I think, just as an example, it's not just about having the knowledge, which is one issue, and I think it's a great question. It's also about, are we activating it at certain times? And that does get influenced by a number of different things. I know we wanted to say something.
I come from a medical perspective, and we're talking about unfrequent occurrences or infrequent occurrences, and those are harder to extinguish. My specific question was to the red flags, and whether that might be amenable to a checklist approach. Have I asked about all the following red flags? Because it was really safety concerns that prompted your getting involved with us here.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the situation itself. When we think about how child welfare, let's say, currently operates, I think that there's a movement towards bringing in checklist type approaches. Not always kind of using that specific name, but kind of essentially supports or tools that allow people to kind of look for, okay, am I checking on everything that I need? And so a lot of times what we can see happen is that the supports are there, or the tools are there in some sense. And could there be argument for improvement in any system? You could probably have that type of discussion. But what we can see is that one of the major factors that can happen, and certainly, you can see this happen in operating rooms as well, is based off of times, based off of the time you have, based off participation of all those who may be involved in the process, I would say the quality of information that's being shared from one person to another. All of a sudden, these tools that are really strong and meant to support practice may not be as effective as they were initially designed. And we see that happen a lot within a child welfare context, where some of the information that you may need is not there, or you're not able to access it, or someone's not sharing it, or you maybe have information that isn't accurate. And so you have to use these tools based off of that information. And certainly, as we talked about earlier, there's certainly time constraints, and within any child welfare system, you have workers who are being confronted with situations that are constantly evolving, where you don't have complete knowledge of what may be happening, and certainly it's really complex.
Thank you.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate this report, and I guess my question is it known in a prospective sense what the indicators and standards are of an optimally functioning, safe child welfare system? As I look at the report, I see, for instance, turnover is a concern, can be a concern. Retrospectively, when something awful happens, we can look back and say, well, what was the turnover rate? And that may have been too high. But is there any way, and maybe, I don't know if the research has elaborated, has matured enough for this, but to know prospectively when you're bumping up against some of those yellow zone or red zone more proximal indicators?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we might answer this differently, but I think that's Representative Zager. It's a great question. I think what we would say is what you would want to do, and we would want to create a culture that staff felt safe to share. Hey, we're drifting, or some of these things, this turnover, well, that everyone experiences is impacting the work. So aviation does that really well. One of the things that their major metric, and if you've been on, a plane recently, is that they pride themselves on another on-time arrival, and if they're running behind, they may rush a little bit to get that on-time arrival, on-time departure. And if they feel like they're rushing too much and things start to get missed, the idea is that they would have things in place to push back against that, to say, hey, we're pushing some of the boundaries here. So creating a culture where staff feel safe to talk about when those things may be happening is ideal for that. Noah, you might touch on a different aspect of that.
I think right now, to be, kind of specifically when we think about certain indicators that may exist, I think that there's not necessarily this perfect set of indicators that can really lead us towards knowing when an agency is kind of not performing optimally. I think a lot of the indicators that are currently used when we think about child welfare across the country are very much kind of, we're looking back at incidents, or we're looking back at numbers that have already happened, and we're trying to use that as a predictive feature for what's going to happen. And so this can become problematic, because the types of cases or the events that have happened a month ago or a year ago aren't necessarily predictive of what you're going to be facing a year or 2 years into the future. And so there are certain conditions that definitely come up, and this is from us working with agencies across the country, like turnover, that certainly plays a role in staff's ability to be successful. And turnover represents in a lot of different ways. It could be certainly difficulty in keeping staff in a rural area. There could be pay differences that happen. I mean, we even see high-profile media events that can prompt turnover as well. Certainly, when we think about workload issues, that can come up. Again, what do we mean by workload, right? So you have to dive into the detail of what does that actually look like, and how is it actually impacting people's ability to be successful. And certainly, we talk about knowledge, tools, resources, and supports that exist in the community. This is something, in Dan can probably speak to this as well, that is, we have a lot of different child welfare jurisdictions across the country and outside of it that struggle to maintain and have all the supports that they need to be successful.
Thank you. Senator Baldacci, followed by Representative Madigan.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. I appreciate all the work that you folks have done in terms of trying to flesh out some of these issues. I serve on the Health and Human Services Committee. I've also, for about 3 decades, worked in the child protection court system as an attorney. I've represented parents and grandparents, so I'm familiar with the process. One of the key goals, though, in terms of this thing for me and others, is to really have an early warning system to prevent these deaths in the first place. And I understand. I think the recommendations that you've made in many areas are great in terms of overall child welfare policies. But the one recommendation number 2 talks about a protocol between law enforcement and hospitals and child welfare. One, that's going to require some statutory changes, but 2, do you have a model from any other states from doing that? That's one question. The other question is, the state of Michigan has a electronic birth matching program where they tried to create a database for people who become parents that might be in need of immediate services, or might be in need of being watched. Do you have any experience in evaluating that type of program? One of the areas, as I said, I'm very concerned about and focused on is creating a better early warning system for child protection. A lot of the vast majority of the fatalities take place ages 3 and under. and the families are very young. So I would like to hone in on that aspect. I agree there are many other aspects that need to be worked on, but that's where my focus is. So if you could just comment on some of those points I just made, I'd be appreciative. Thanks.
Yeah, Senator Baldacci, thank you for that question. It's a question that's a very important question. It's been asked a lot. And so while we in our agency don't particularly study that area, and Noel can talk about what surfaced in this review of why this became a recommendation, there is work that's being done. And Dan may know some additional work, but I know Emily Putnam Hornstein out of USC has done some work on that. I think that's where folks really want to know, is it a specific type of parent and child and age, and when is this most likely to happen? And it's a very difficult thing to predict. As you know, people can at times do awful things, and some of it is not predictable. So there may be some existing literature out there on what some of those predictive analytics is really what was a topic that was a number of conferences and events were trying to look at. Is there a way to identify this sort of a priori? And to date, to our knowledge, there's nothing really robust out there that says these are the things we do know. As you said, young children, unexplained injuries, certainly. I mean, there's a number of characteristics that people are aware of, but in terms of an early warning system, I'm not aware of any solid data that says like these specific things, if you take care of, will reduce the likelihood outside of what's typically done. So I don't, if you want to add it to that.
What we see, and certainly speaking to kind of how this came up in the context of the report, is there becomes difficulty when you have different entities that are all working towards the same goal, but are consistently working with different sets of information, and those sets of information may be constantly changing as well. Something that was interesting that we had in the report here that was ultimately influencing that recommendation is that there was this starting point between communication between hospitals and law enforcement, where hospitals may be reluctant, thinking about their own constraints, but also trying not to, I would say, for lack of better words, kind of aggravate the family that you may be interacting with, may share less complete information that they have with law enforcement. And so when we see child welfare or child protection workers who get involved, the hospital staff are more likely to be providing more detail and more insight into what may be going on. But what we see then happen out in the field is that the information that the child protection workers will act on is going to be really based off of which source am I going to rely on to conduct this work. What we see happening is that source would typically be law enforcement, as there's relationships that get built there, and certainly there's a lot of frequent activity that can happen as well. And so when that transfer of knowledge gets to, let's say, a child welfare worker, and they'll prioritize from law enforcement, the information that they're getting may be less detailed and maybe not be as complete as if they were taking it from the hospital directly. And so, again, this goes back to, you have, these different entities, all well-meaning, all moving towards, a goal of supporting, the health and safety of the family, but are kind of sharing and working with this incomplete information.
Representative Madigan.
Thank you. I want to thank you both for the beginning of your presentation, where you talked about kind of what I've seen. I've been a social worker for 35 years. Just the cycle of kind of, there's a high profile incident, there's attention and funding given, then there's budget cuts, and the cycle starts all over and over again. And I think you did a very good job pointing that out both here and other states. So I'm kind of putting my social worker thinking hat on, thinking about like how going forward, kind of what are the components that of a child welfare system. I mean, I wonder if there's a core component, because I want to make sure that, 5, 10, 15 years from now, we're not in the same boat. I mean, at one time, I've worked in mental health many years, and seeing what the state did in response to the Logan Marr tragedy. We did a lot of good, and then that got undone. And then we wound up here again. And it is a cycle that happens over and over again, and not just in Maine. And I'm wondering if you guys have any insight on how to prevent that cycle.
I think a lot of attention needs to be put on having insight into when is the system kind of going beyond what it was designed for in some sense. What you're bringing up reminds me of certain pressures that any organization is really subject to. And this is, if you're, AT&T, Facebook, or a child welfare system, you have pressures, what we call FBC pressures: faster, better, cheaper. You have pressures, we want you to do the work more efficiently. We always want to see the quality continue to increase, but also, resources aren't finite. We have to be, cognizant of the resources that we're using and being responsible with that as well. And so what we see is that these pressures are certainly always affecting an organization's ability to be successful. And certainly with the complexity of the challenges that a child welfare organization is trying to address as well, the best thing we can do is say, how do we open up lines of communication, and how do we stay vigilant into how the system is operating? That way we're continuously kind of on the data gathering process of understanding, okay, when have we been kind of pushing our system too far? When have we kind of put our workers in a position where they can't adequately complete the work? And then it's not necessarily saying, hey, you're doing a bad job. It's more of just saying, okay, it's time to correct. It's time to start kind of giving people what they need. We talk about this term of accountability up versus responsibility down. Often what we see in a lot of agencies is that you have workers who are accountable up to the organization through metrics, through expectations, through outcomes. But really what we would like to see moving forward is that you have an organization to say, well, it's not just about giving you metrics, rules to follow, and outcomes to meet, but it's also about the responsibility of the agency to give people what they need to actually be successful. And, keeping those lines of communication open about what those needs are, and really, putting the foot down and say, when we see this, we're trying to act on it as well as possible. Certainly there's always limitations with that. Resources are finite, but that would be some of the kind of the points we would bring into that.
Thank you.
Representative Stover.
Thank you. I have a generalized question. Just reading the recommendations, reading the report, having a few decades of experience working in and around child welfare and all other types of health and human services. When you talk about, these are my words, systemic redesign, or I don't know if it's a redesign, but looking at ways to reframe and look for opportunities for inclusion, and repeating what Senator Baldacci said, which is we've had a lot of cases that involve 0 to 3, children who are ages 0 to 3. There's been no discussion about how we it's from a prevention perspective, start at ground zero. And what are some of the things? And we have had stops and starts. We've had the Don't Shake Jake campaign. We've had Period of Purple Crying. But what can we do from that zero, like ground zero, from the nursery out into the community that can include public health? These other entities included, but public health nursing, who are out in the community and they're actually visiting families, home viz, which they're actually going into the houses and seeing some of these children. Early childhood education, including Head Start or childcare, or gradually going right up to school-based response. These are all great programs, and they don't see all children. I think we know that when we talk about a systemic response, there are gaps in all systems. Not all children go to these places, but they do mostly end up in the hospital when they're born. And I'm just trying to think, as we think of a systemic framework, backing up down to the, like I said, ground zero, and how we can add in some of those pieces to include things like public health nursing and early childhood and home visitation. If you have any thoughts about that, thank you.
Yeah, lots of thoughts. Specific to this review, some of those things didn't necessarily surface that way in terms of the public health response, but Representative Stover, it's such a great question. We, specific to unsafe sleep, for example, the Don't Shake Jake, that in Tennessee, we, in a 2-year period, cut unsafe sleep deaths in half. We had over 200. 2 years later, we were down to 100. And it was that joint effort that you said. It was hospitals, it was schools, it was nursing programs, it was child welfare, it was public health. There were a number of different things. So one of the ways that we were able to do that from the child welfare perspective is we use this systemic review on those cases to surface what were some of the barriers to not just safe sleep equipment and furniture, safe sleep knowledge, why people, even if they have safe sleep furniture, a safe place for the infant to sleep alone on their back in a crib, why they're not doing it, those things, and what were some of the barriers. So applying this review to those cases can surface some of those things, and what was behind it in Tennessee may look very different, of course, in Maine, and what was behind it in Tennessee back in 2013 to 15 might be different today. So again, that systemic approach, we think that does surface what some of those barriers are, but I think, as you were alluding to, it is complex. There's a lot of efforts and energies going towards that area. And what's incredible is everyone on both of these committees and all of us involved want the same thing, in the sense that less kids getting harmed, less kids dying or nearly dying, or bad outcomes. And they're not that you were asking this, but if there was really just I don't want to use the term magic bullet, it gets overused too many times. If there's just this one specific thing we could do differently, we would have already done it. There's a complexity to the work. And an interesting thing, it's a little bit of an analog, and hopefully this isn't too far astray. If you look in the safety science field, like 50, 60 years ago, what they would say is, okay, what kind of work did we see from employees when we had workplace injuries and people died and got injured and so forth? It was basically around factory settings. And they saw all these like procedural deviations, workarounds, shortcuts, policy deviations. And then somebody said, well, what kind of behaviors and work do we see when we have good outcomes, when we meet production deadlines and everybody's safe? Guess what they saw? The exact same procedural deviation, shortcuts, workarounds, and so forth. It's how people get the job done. So it's more complex. And again, I'm taking some liberties with what you said, and I know you weren't exactly saying this, but it's more complex than just what staff necessarily need to do differently. And again, I think you were alluding to this broader public health approach. So I'm not sure if I helped answer your question or created more questions, but I'll pause there.
Thank you. You did. I just think, everything could be perfect if we ever created the perfect world, which I'm not sure that would exist. But if everything was right on target, like you said, I think about some situations where you could drive through every town in the state of Maine, and you're going to drive by a house, and you're not going to be able to see through the house, and you're not necessarily going to see that child. Things, even in the best of situations, things can happen. I'm just trying to think of what are the systems, depending on your developmental age, there's different systems that do come into play. So back in the tiny, 0 to 3 age group, there are certain systems that I think could be, I'd include even in number 2, where they are out there, and including, it goes back to what Representative Zager said. We could include looking at those potentially high risk situations, and then thinking through how we prioritize those very early for home viz, or for public health nursing, or for baby visits don't necessarily occur anymore, but how can we build some systemic pieces in early, so that at one point everybody was getting a home visit. At one point, everybody was getting period of purple crying training at the hospital in a little purple hat. We were doing, over time, probably like most states, we do great things all the time. I think sometimes we do something for a while and then that one goes and we do another great thing. I'm just trying to think through, when we talk about a system, an inclusive system all the way back down to the nursery. So, and thank you very much. You did answer it.
Further questions or comments from either of the 2 committees? Seeing none, I have a couple quick questions. Could you tell me which states you've worked with on child protective oversight or analysis?
Senator Libby, can I ask a clarifying question? Are you saying states that we've conducted independent reviews, or are you asking agencies that we currently work with and support to who infuse this model into their system, or both? Or
how about states where you've done a similar scope of work as you've done here in Maine?
Yeah, we've conducted these, so you certainly kind of within Tennessee, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, here in Maine as well, and really kind of certainly a large focus going broader than that is how do we build skill sets within others to conduct these reviews as well. And so we work with a number of agencies, New York State, the New York City, the state of Minnesota, the state of Wisconsin,
New Jersey, Utah, Kentucky, Montana.
Yeah, New Jersey. We work with counties in California, counties in Wisconsin, and counties in Nevada as well, the state of Utah. So I think that may
state of Montana,
Hennepin
County, which is the Minneapolis area, the state of Minnesota, and outside of child welfare as well, but specific to child welfare, those.
Right. And one of your comments earlier, you suggested that no jurisdiction in the country calls their system the gold standard. I understand that. But before you made that statement, one of my questions to you is, where is the gold standard for us to look to, in your view?
I think that I think Casey family programs, thinking about from the perspective there is really helpful in this, because I think that you have a lot of different entities or jurisdictions across the country who are doing well at kind of different aspects. And I think the more that we can try to kind of share those ideas and those approaches, the better off that we are. I think of kind of trying to put one type of agency kind of as being the pinnacle, I think might kind of oversimplify kind of the good work that's being done across the entities. And again, I mean, this is a really tough kind of complex type of system that we're seeing being operated, where kind of the ability to say that there is kind of a perfect example, or that even if you reach it one day that it's going to be the same the next week or the next year, is a difficult thing to do as well.
Yeah, even aviation would say that, if you ask them, are you a perfect system, they'd say no. Plus the nuances of let
me just interrupt and say, I understand you don't want to tell me the gold standard example. Why don't you share with me a few states that appear to have most of their ducks in a row, if you can answer that question?
Good. Yeah, I mean, I think that, well, I mean, if we look at the state of Minnesota, for example, and this is a little bit of a different system. They're state-run, county
state supervised, county administered.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, state supervised, county administered. What they have and what they're operating with is a really good communication system between what do the counties need and what can the state ultimately provide them. I think that that's a really good example of how a system can work well together to help identify what needs are, but also try to fulfill those needs as well. And also it's how they work towards success as well. This is something that really stands out to us when we think about the state of Minnesota, where let's say when something goes wrong, when there's a review being conducted, a lot of times you can see an adversarial response between counties, providers, and state oversight agencies, whereas their response is one more of collaboration, one more of communication. It's not of who did what wrong. It's not of how do we keep information from the other. It's how do we share this information? How do we work together to ultimately move towards a better outcome? So that's something that stands out to me.
Thank you. A specific question on your report. You note as one of your findings, you note as one of your recommendations that OCFS needs to work with law enforcement and the hospital systems on joint protocol agreements. However, no mention of the public school system or childcare providers. Can you shine some light on why that section of the system is left out of that recommendation?
Yeah, absolutely. The recommendation specifically in no way is trying to say that those different entities aren't incredibly important when we think about sharing information or working optimally as a system. Really, what we're kind of working off here is first the scope of the cases that we're presented with to go in and learn from. The next is the information that we gather through the review and analysis process. What ultimately kind of came out of that as being a strong influencing factor based on the analysis was really specifically this communication work between hospitals, law enforcement, and the child welfare agency itself. And so it really has come from what came out of the analysis process, not necessarily a commentary on what exactly is kind of the best voices to have in the room.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarifying process question. In preparing your report, you talked about including, of course, OCFS staff, external stakeholders. The ones I heard you mention were law enforcement, the ombudsman, and OPEGA. And I just wanted to clarify that in fact, in preparing this report, you did not include the families.
Yeah, specifically within the review process itself, we didn't go out and have any direct kind of interviews with families.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Millet, followed by Senator Claxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have a context type like question, building on what Senator Bailey just asked. I'm thinking back to the early discussions in early summer following the 4 tragic deaths in May and June, when we all heard the department say, this is the time for a call to action. We all talked about needing to know what went wrong. The department suggested contracting with Casey Family Programs, and I know the Government Oversight Committee said, fine, as long as we can include a seat at the table with our staff from OPEGA and the Child Welfare Ombudsman. In the transmittal letter from Casey Family Programs, it talks about transmitting some interim policy recommendations. On page 27, we have 7 statements that led into with a statement from the key findings, recommendations were developed, and so on. I don't think any of us are disagreeing with the 7 points. I guess my question is, I thought as a result of the in-depth review that Casey agreed to perform, that there would be a fair amount of drilling down toward the question within those 4 tragic circumstances, what really went wrong? Is what we have before us today a research paper, or is it a product of some in-depth analysis of what went wrong in those 4 cases? Or is that an activity that maybe Dr. Landry or Christine Albury will be speaking to? Because I'm wanting to see page 27 as to how it fits within a real aggressive action plan for Maine going forward. And I'm not seeing it yet. And I'm not sure that I'm hearing from those of you who have spoken, starting with Dan Despard, how much inquiry has taken place with the families, caregivers, and the unfortunate victims and their associations leading up to these 7 recommendations. Could you put that in context? Is the work of collaborative safety a research paper, or is it a product of a joint activity between you and Casey looking at what happened here in Maine back in the spring?
So the focus in context, of this report specifically is really trying to understand, and this is all within context of those cases that occurred, which ultimately prompted the review, which was understanding the interface between the child welfare system and these families. And it wasn't necessarily from an approach to say or kind of list out what is objectively good or bad, mainly because that's not necessarily going to kind of help us understand what happened. Certainly somebody could look back and make those judgments. But from the perspective of this report specifically, is we want to understand what was going on in the system at this time. What was the interfaces that were happening between the system and this family? Where did we see some possible gaps there? And ultimately, what are some of those more distal influencing factors into how that surfaces, or how barriers get created in wanting to achieve success and safety and supports for families? And so what we're essentially starting with is that scope of the review, starting with those cases. And then we're building out understandings, and from the kind of the child welfare system perspective of what are some influencing factors that are impacting our ability to provide the highest quality and best support to children and families. Not just those, that were ultimately within these cases, but children and families across the state of Maine.
Right. And that's what the in-depth review did. It surfaced some of these things that exist, not only in these cases, but these things do exist. And that's why the recommendations were targeted at that area, and moves away from, as we said at the beginning of the presentation, the sort of surface level recommendations. And I know that's not what you were suggesting, but moving away from some surface level recommendations of just, another policy or another form to fill out, and more of what are those systemic features that's going to impact the system.
Mr. Chairman, could I just a quick follow up? So from the two of you who've spoken on the safety side, do you see what you've handed off today to the two committees that are zooming in with you, that we now have a set of recommendations that can form an action plan to be developed by the department with help from the ombudsman and the legislature? Or are we still at a point of doing research before we put together an action plan? I think a lot of my colleagues, and I know there are several that have been very outspoken, really want to know some basic questions. What went wrong? And what can we do now aggressively to correct the wrongs and prevent future wrongs of the similar magnitude that we've just been through?
Yeah, I think that the department can speak to the action plan. I think there's a number of things that they're already doing that are aligned with those recommendations, but that would come from them. From our perspective, this is not a research paper. This is an in-depth review of those 5 cases. Then these are what surfaced from the systemic review of those cases.
Yeah, and specifically, when we're thinking about recommendations, and and this comes to the point of, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in saying, how do we actualize these? Because when we think about the complexity, not only within kind of a child welfare agency, but certainly working with partners or the problems that we're trying to solve, it's going to take a lot of work. It's going to be nuanced. It's going to be a work in progress. There isn't necessarily one specific recommendation that could be filled out that says, here's the perfect plan of how this is going to roll forward. And so it's really kind of trying to provide guidelines of, here's where we think the child welfare system can see some improvement efforts geared towards, and then ultimately, how do we actualize that is a whole nother movement forward.
And essentially, safety science, contemporary safety science that's used in safety critical industry, moves people away in these reviews from identifying or labeling behavior right or wrong, because that falls under is what's called mechanistic approaches or mechanistic reasoning. And in complex systems, those approaches haven't been shown to be effective for improvements in safety.
Okay, Senator Claxton, followed by Senator Keim, followed by Representative Javner.
2 things. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we took Representative Millett's question and turned it around, is it fair to interpret that all of these 7 recommendations had been realized? If we'd been effectively not needing any of these 7 recommendations, that those deaths wouldn't have happened?
I know. I don't think that there's any way to necessarily make that causal connection to say that these deaths wouldn't have occurred, because that's just a really in some ways impossible to be able to know that.
Right.
And, really all we can do is really act off of, what is the information that we got? What is the information showing us? And how can we try to improve on what we've come out with through the review?
Since so much of what you recommended is focused towards process, we may well need some help. I don't mean to underappreciate the talent in the department, but we may need some help longer term coming up with metrics so that we know when we're making progress, because right now we have the crude ones of death or successful reunification a year. That's no way to know whether all the things that happen in between are successful or not. So, and as the committee of oversight, we're going to need to have some way of getting a report that says we're this far along on the path. And this is how we know that. Is that something you all will be helping with or can help us with?
Yeah, I think those are good questions. Specifically to how do we know that we're doing better and what those metrics look like? I mean, we'll certainly support what that looks like. We would always advocate for better, more communication and better communication regardless of the relationship. So, that if that's something that we're asked to do, we certainly can support that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Khan.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Thank you for this report. My question's fairly straightforward. I'm wondering about the 5 cases that you analyzed. If you could give us an idea, I don't know if cases are categorized in some way, how those cases were chosen, like, were they just handed to you or they randomly selected, and just what you can tell us, because I think it would be helpful for me to understand what those cases were.
Yeah, so these were cases that were specifically brought to us and presented for us to conduct for these reviews. These were all child fatalities that occurred. And there's certain, just for kind of barriers of confidentiality, there's certain things that can't necessarily go into too much depth with.
Yeah, understood. And then what's the date range? Like how long to how recent were these 5 cases that were analyzed?
These were in June of 2021, and certainly involved so all in June 2021, and certainly there for some of the cases there was past history as well.
Okay. So you looked at all the past history as well, is what you're saying?
Yes, for every case.
Great. Thank you so much. That's helpful.
Representative Chavner, followed by Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Senator Libby. I simply am wondering if the systemic maps, is what we are seeing in the report, is that just a tool that was given to OCFS, or are there actual systemic maps that were created from the 5 cases so that we can see the mapping, or is that going to be coming later date from the department?
So there were systemic maps, and so these are based in a well-studied and well-used kind of mapping process that's used in safety science and certainly across industry as well. They were conducted for kind of across all of these cases as well. For the summary and recommendations report, we don't have those maps involved specifically, and this is regarding confidentiality concerns.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm still struggling with the process again that you used, and I should disclose my bias, which is I'm an attorney and a former judge. So the process I am used to for trying to find as close, the way to get as close as possible to the truth is we listen to all sides. So I'm still trying to understand how you analyze the interface between child welfare and these families without including the families and other collaterals. And if we were to use your aviation analogy, I'm no expert on, aviation safety investigations, but my impression is that when there is a review of an aviation safety incident, that the investigators talk to surviving passengers. They talk to perhaps people on the ground who saw, oh yeah, we heard this noise from the plane. They don't just talk to the pilot and the airline company and the mechanics and people closely associated with them. So again, can you just help me understand your process a little bit more and why specifically you excluded the families and the other collaterals involved with these specific families that ended in tragedy? Thank you.
Yes, Senator Bailey, thank you. So a couple things. One is the task of the review was to conduct a systemic analysis of sort of the features of these cases. Other investigations into the child fatalities through law enforcement, even at the OCFS level, occurred on those particular cases. I imagine they occurred. I didn't read them, but I imagine that those cases to the events surrounding the fatality was investigated by multiple agencies. So understanding what happened and how that child died. The task that we were brought with was understanding the systemic features and doing a systemic analysis of the cases, the interactions with the families and the child welfare system from the perspective of the child welfare system. And Noel can talk a little bit more. Well, you can add on to it.
Yeah, there inevitably there's always barriers in being able to kind of directly kind of ask questions or bring in perspectives from families. What we work off is a very lengthy kind of in-depth look into what those interactions were and what we hear from disclosures and from comments from the parents, from the family as well, through those case notes, in order to give us an understanding of how those interactions occurred, how those supports were being provided. I mean, this is really ultimately the basis of the kind of the review that we conduct. It starts with really understanding those interactions, understanding, through those case notes, through that documentation, what the family experience was, and ultimately we're using that, as Scott said, to kind of build on and understand from that child welfare system perspective, how did that interface work? How could it be improved? But as far as, let's say from the kind of the aviation example, what's really being brought in there is, okay, what may have happened here if there is, let's say, that opportunity to talk with the passenger on an airline. And so where we start and really get that perspective is through that in-depth look into case notes and interactions.
Okay, so just so I understand though, that does limit your report, because as you just stated, this is the department's perspective, the caseworker's perspective. So it's not necessarily objective, correct?
Well, it's also the perspective of the external folks who were there, from law enforcement, as well as the provider and the ombudsman. But it's a really good question you have. And I think the analog to the aviation example more closely aligns with the investigation of the incident itself. So when law enforcement is conducting the fatality event, when the child welfare agency is conducting the fatality event, they're talking to everybody. They're talking to witnesses and collaterals and so forth about that specific event. That's probably more analogous to the aviation example than would be this type of review, to understand the systemic features around how we got here in the first place and what are those interactions. So I really appreciate and understand where your question came from. That comparison is a little bit different for these types of systemic reviews.
Thank you.
Senator Baldacci.
Thank you. I think that just to follow up on some points that have been made. I'm assuming you were tasked with producing a report in a relatively short amount of time. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes, it was about a 90. What we were working on was about a 90-day time frame.
Okay, and what was the budget you were given for this? What were you guys paid for this report?
It was a flat fee that was inclusive of travel and expense and everything else, and it was $60,000.
Okay, I mean, and I think you've done what you were asked to do. I think in my opinion, the failure is really in how this was approached by the state. I think the state, in order to, you've given us a framework, but I think that really the state has to do its own. We have to, as a legislative body or as other investigators, we need to do a lot more in terms of investigation, in terms of a review of the systems. I think you've given us a helpful framework as far as it goes. I think that from where you have given us, though, we have a lot more work, and we need to, this real investigation should take at least a year and should involve all parties that are involved in the system, down to not just the families, but all the providers, the judges, the lawyers, everybody that's involved in this very complex system. Because I think ultimately, beyond the framework that you've given us, we need to get into the nitty-gritty. And this cannot be seen as anything other than a starting point, certainly not an ending point. But we have a lot more work to do in terms of investigating and going through this. I think that Senator Bailey has raised some very important points, and I would both Senator Bailey and myself have been attorneys in the system and are familiar with a lot of the aspects of how this is handled legally. So, but we have a lot more work to do in terms of engaging people, engaging providers, engaging communities, because this is a community issue as well as anything else. So my remarks are just to say that I think you've given a framework, but we shouldn't, there's only so much that you probably could have done for us anyway, and we need to take it much farther down the field. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci. I think that's probably a good segue to the next presenter that we have on deck. So just as a reminder for members and for the committee, for members and for the public rather, we will have Todd Landry and Bobby Johnson from the Office of Family and Child Services up next to present, followed by the Child Welfare Ombudsman, Christine Alberry. So we might cue those folks into the meeting, and I want to express my thanks to Mr. Hengelbrock and Mr. Modell for joining us today, for their report and the work that they've put into this project. So let's see. So if we have Dr. Landry, I don't see him yet.
Senator, I'm here.
There he is. And Bobby Johnson is both here. So thank you for joining us today. The floor is yours for whatever remarks you'd like to provide.
Well, thank you. Senator Libby, Representative McDonald, honorable members of the Government Oversight Committee, and Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and honorable members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and be with you today and provide some brief comments as it relates to what the committees have been discussing. First of all, I'd like to thank and appreciate the work of both Casey Family Programs, who who enabled the review that was done, as well as their partners at Collaborative Safety for their work and their willingness to expedite the review within that 90-day time period that we have requested. so that OCFS could begin incorporating the recommendations into our system improvement efforts as quickly as possible. I'd also like to reiterate our gratitude to all those who participated in that review work. That certainly includes the Child Welfare Ombudsman, members of the law enforcement community, members of the provider community, Matt Kruk from the OPEGA staff, and as you have heard, our own OCFS staff who participated in the review process. This report builds upon the commitment to transparency that we have made as we work on our system improvement. That includes, of course, recently our reporting of historical child fatality data that we have reported on once and updated once, and will be updating on a quarterly basis. But this report that we made public as soon as it was available to us is another opportunity for us to increase the transparency within the child welfare system. I'd like to very briefly just share with you a few comments as it relates to the recommendations and the response. This builds upon the press release that the Department of Health and Human Services provided about a week and a half ago as far as an initial response to the recommendations. These responses are initial responses and initial work that we're doing, and more work will be forthcoming as it relates to implementing improvements related to the recommendations from the report. The first recommendation as it relates to providers and supporting effective coordination with child welfare staff and addressing those barriers. Collaboration with behavioral health providers is beginning in order to develop guidance for clinicians to help improve information sharing about children's health and safety, while also supporting the parents' treatment goals. We recognize that sometimes that can be a challenge. We want to make sure that we're addressing that. We're utilizing the experience and expertise of our colleagues in the Office of Behavioral Health. They're working with us so that we can provide additional guidance and eventually training, education, and other opportunities to work with and to achieve more of that information sharing and teamwork approach with our behavioral health providers in particular, which were called out in the report. We anticipate completing the first of that work this winter with more work ongoing from there. This committee and committees have talked about the recommendation regarding protocol agreements between law enforcement, hospitals, and child welfare staff. I'm happy to say, and I want to acknowledge the work and the support of Commissioner Sawchuk, the Office of the Attorney General, and Maine Hospital Association. All of them have agreed to work with us to participate on developing a template agreement to improve information sharing related to those instances where law enforcement, hospitals, and child welfare staff are involved together. We're hopeful that we'll be able to complete that template agreement in January of next year so that we can then begin to share that with the support and help of the Maine Hospital Association and others so that we can begin to utilize those template agreements as one step towards meeting the recommendations that were provided. A third recommendation had to do with family team meetings, and the work on that process has been ongoing. As some of you may know, we have been working with the Cutler Institute through our cooperative agreement at the Muskie School to finalize an updated policy regarding family team meetings. And as you heard, it has to go beyond just updating the policy. It has to include guidance and support for staff on how to convene, facilitate, and document those meetings to best support child safety. As I said, this work is supported by our cooperative agreement with the Cutler Institute, with that policy on family team meetings, as well as all of the policies that the Cutler Institute is helping us on from an update perspective, has benefited from the review and input by several, including the Maine Child Welfare Advisory Panel, which includes the Child Welfare Ombudsman, as well as OCFS staff, providers, and others. We anticipate that updated policy to be done by the end of November, with then follow-up work with coaching, training, and support to our staff and others around that work to be ongoing. One of the recommendations that you have seen is exploring ways to support engagement between parents in the child welfare system. I'm happy to say also in our work with Cutler and the cooperative agreement there that we are adding parents with lived experience to that work and to those efforts. They will be part of our child welfare training teams through the cooperative agreement, and they will also help us to support system improvement efforts as we go forward. We also look forward to working with them as part of that team to look at potential programs that we can put in place and models that are proven to be effective to support that engagement between parents and the child welfare system for all the reasons that some of you have brought up in today's discussion. One of the things that I believe was discussed during your time with on today's committee meeting is to look at and examine national best practices regarding standby and after hours. We earlier this year convened a department work group with district staff that did result in some practice changes that we put in place this fall. We're also working, as you heard, with KC Family Programs so that they can do a national scan of what some of those best practices and how other states approach this challenge that, as you heard, is a challenge for all states and jurisdictions. We've already met with our 5 colleague New England states and looked at how they approach the work of standby and after hours. Some of them do it similar to Maine, others take a different approach. We look forward to looking at all of those approaches to determine what the best way is forward, and based on that analysis, working with the Health and Human Services Committee and others to implement some of those changes. And then the last 2 recommendations both had to do with assessment timeframes and an analysis of work tasks that are required. We have begun a review there to work with our staff as well as others in the field, including, again, a national scan to see ways that we can improve and develop strategies that will be implemented to help us in addressing these 2 recommendations. The work on that has just begun. We look forward to continuing to work on that with our staff as well as with other national experts and our colleague states around the country in order to determine what are the ways that we can examine those timeframes to ensure that we have that right balance between a timely response as well as the ability to gather all the necessary information to conduct a comprehensive analysis in order to reach a well-supported decision, which I know we all agree is in the best interest of everyone. The last thing that I'd like to announce and mention to you today is we have reached an agreement with Collaborative Safety with support from KC to implement the sign safety approach for future critical incidents reviews on an ongoing basis. Specifically, OCFS will receive training and technical assistance on adopting this model and building capacity to be able to conduct these reviews going forward in partnership with the Child Welfare Ombudsman and others. We've learned that this approach can provide some unique insight, not necessarily the only insight, but certainly unique insight that focuses on actionable improvements. It's worked elsewhere in child welfare and it's worked in other fields. We want to incorporate this lens into our approach in making continuous improvements. We heard from all those who participated in this review, including our OCFS staff, the Child Welfare Ombudsman, OPEGA staff, and all of the partners, including law enforcement, that they believe that this type of review process certainly enhanced the learnings and the decision-making as it results from these reviews that occur. I certainly believe that this implementation will enable future learnings that are going to benefit OCFS as well as the broader child welfare system. And I look forward to engaging with the Child Welfare Ombudsman on how to best include her into the process and her office into the process, as they have indicated a desire to use this process in the future as well. And with that, I'll conclude my comments and be happy to attempt to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Landry. Questions or comments from committees? Representative Madigan, followed by Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here with us today, Dr. Landry. My question is about, you said that some of the changes to standby or after hours coverage had been implemented this fall. I'm wondering if you can describe those changes for us.
Yes, I can describe some of these. These are some of the interim changes that we wanted to put in place based on the feedback from our staff on how to improve that process. I'll tell you a few of those opportunities, and then we can get you more information if you're interested in.
Yes.
We have increased staffing on weekends and holidays so that the burden does not fall on a small number of staff. So we've increased the number of staff that have those responsibilities. We've built some flexibility into the shifts, recognizing that we needed more flexibility based on when staff may be going into and conducting some of these investigations and these responses at night, and how that impacts their flexibility of shifts into the next day, for example, or into later in the week. We've also tried to clarify some expectations for ongoing case assignments. And so we've tried to be clear about clarifying when those expectations are for those cases to transfer, as well as where there needs to be effective joint roles for the initial caseworker that may be responding to some of these after hours calls, as well as the ongoing work that some of our caseworkers will take on for those cases that have a longer length of time. And last, we've been working with our staff to better define some roles and understanding exactly what their preferences may be as it relates to the timeframes for which they may be on call, if I can use that term, for overtime and standby hours. So these were the pieces that we could put in place, or examples of some of the pieces we could put in place immediately. We are looking at longer term solutions. With the help of Casey, as I mentioned, and others. Some of those longer term solutions may involve future consideration that we need to take into account. And we certainly look forward to working with the Health and Human Services Committee to talk further about those, particularly as we go forward into the next legislative session.
Thank you.
Representative Perry, followed by Senator Baldacci and Representative Craven.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Landry. The question I have is, you talked about more communication and relationships with hospitals and law enforcement. Is how are you looking at the change in communication and also the expectations that both law enforcement and hospitals may have in terms of communicating with the department and caseworkers?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the exact approach that we want to take with our colleagues at Maine State Police, as well as the Maine Hospital Association and others. One of the things that we heard during in the recommendations and in the report is that there sometimes can be perceived challenges as it relates to sharing of that information, particularly between hospitals and law enforcement. And we want to try to get to the crux of those issues. There may be issues that, for example, that may come up about concerns around HIPAA and privacy violations from a hospital perspective. There may be concerns from a law enforcement perspective about sharing information that they may feel have some concern about that may impede their investigation that they may be doing. So what we're trying to do, and with the support of Commissioner Sawchuk's staff, with the Maine Hospital Association and others, is be able to meet over a relatively short period of time, identify what those barriers are, attempt to mitigate those barriers in the form of a template protocol agreement, or if some of those barriers require some type of legislative action or other types of action, be able to address those when those opportunities come up. So that's exactly the kinds of questions that we're going to be getting at. Some of the things we believe can be resolved through a protocol agreement or a memorandum of understanding, if you will. There may be other pieces that require other action that might be needed. And if so, we'll certainly be looking forward to bring those forward, with their support and in collaboration with them.
And the next question I have along this line is that you're talking about leaders in these organizations is where is it going to hit the ground when the people who are really doing the reporting are going to understand that communication and how to do that and how important that is.
Well, certainly I fully understand and appreciate that whatever is decided and discussed is going to have to also have a cascade effect and be permeated throughout an organization. That would be true for any type of organization, whether it be law enforcement, hospitals, or others. But we believe that starting with this group and their ability to pull in others as needed, as we have these discussions, once we have that draft protocol agreement, then I believe we'll be able to go that next step of working with perhaps individual hospitals or hospital systems. We'll perhaps have to work with individual law enforcement agencies and entities in order to talk with them. But we believe this is really where the Maine Hospital Association and Maine State Police can help, because they can facilitate those discussions and ongoing discussions once we have those protocol agreements in place.
Thank you.
Senator Baldacci, followed by Representative Craven and Representative Meyer.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Landry. I wanted to just to emphasize in my remarks that looking forward as a member of Human Health and Human Services, I really want to focus on this early warning system because the vast majority of child deaths occur of children of 3 years and younger, and their young families. On this early warning system in terms of trying to prevent these deaths before they happen, the state of Michigan has a birth matching system that they've started. That looks at and also is involved with both the law enforcement and the hospitals and child welfare to try to identify high-risk families that are having babies. I would respectfully ask that you and your office review that so that we can maybe have a discussion about that in the spring when we meet again as a committee. I think it's a very important program, and I would like to see us have that kind of coordinated effort to be the results, because recommendation 2 is a good recommendation, but it's going to require a lot of follow-up. And it's also going to require some statutory changes because of the confidentiality rules on several levels. I'm hopeful that the state, in addition, is going to have the Attorney General's office involved, because I don't want this to reach a dead end. I think if it needs a statutory solution, we want to be able to provide it, and then follow it up with a coordinated statewide effort to identify families as they leave the hospital that are higher risk. A lot of those families are going to need services, are going to need, we need to have the public health nurses stopping by. And so the second part of this comment is that I really want us to get details and a focus on the expansion of public health nursing and how we can plug that in to this overall effort. So I just wanted to emphasize in my remarks that my major focus is going to be on this early warning system and establishing an early warning system for families that leave the hospital, as soon as they leave the hospital, and for establishing immediate services, particularly public health nursing, once the family is at home. But thank you very much. So I just wanted to let you know where I'm coming from and what I'm going to focus on with you and the committee over the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We'll certainly be looking at the model that you mentioned and taking a look at that. I should mention, if I was not clear in my comments, that the work group with Maine State Police and Maine Hospital Association, I did want to confirm, yes, the Office of the Attorney General has already agreed to be part of those discussions, and they will be working alongside us. And so if I was not clear about that in my comments, my apologies, but I did want to make that confirmation for you.
Thank you very much. No, I appreciate that. And I'm gonna just follow this along as it goes along. And I'm going to be dogged about the fact that I want to see us do something concretely in this area, because this is an issue that we really need to address as a state and as a society. So thank you very much.
Representative Craven, followed by Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that it's children and families that are important here, but I wonder if you have any safety measures in place for workers, caseworkers that have to go out at night or have to spend nights away from home working with families at risk.
Representative Craven, thank you for that comment and that question. Certainly, staff safety is of vital importance to us. Safety for everyone involved in any of the work that we do is important, just as it, child safety, family safety, and certainly our staff safety. In many of the cases that you're describing, particularly those that may occur in the evening or the weekends, we certainly engage with law enforcement, and oftentimes the work that we're doing on those investigations certainly involve and incorporate the work of law enforcement as a support. The other piece that we recognize is that even when law enforcement may or may not be involved, there are certainly times when more than one staff member goes out. And so there is additional support provided to them. That additional staff member could be a supervisor, it could be a colleague, coworker, or it could be others. In any situation where our staff feel like they're in a potentially dangerous situation, we also provide training, support, and ongoing coaching to staff on how to potentially disengage if they're engaged in it, and how to safely disengage from that. Get help and support from our staff, as well as if needed from law enforcement or others, in order to make sure that their safety is taken care of. So certainly that's a very important piece of the work that we do, and certainly that's part of the training and ongoing coaching that we do. We also always keep a ongoing database, if you will, of threat reports. Regrettably, our staff do receive threat reports from time to time. And so we also keep a database of those so that those are documented, so that if there was in the past a safety issue or situation and a different worker is assisting on a case, they can see that information so that they have that information before they potentially go into what could be an unsafe situation. So staff safety is absolutely paramount and important to us, and we continue to make sure and do all that we can to make sure that our staff are in safe situations as much as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Landry, for being here today. So I'm thinking that while it is critically important that we improve communication between law enforcement and the hospitals, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that there are so many other professionals who have contact with families, with new parents, well before they make their way to an emergency room or to the attention of our hospitals and to our law enforcement. So we have folks whose lives are touched by TANF Aspire caseworkers and just any number from prenatal care to child care for other children in a family. There are so many people who know these families. And I just want to make sure that we're opening up communication and that we're providing training and a means by which for all of these people who touch these lives of new parents, that we're not forgetting that opening up communication at the far end of this, when they end up in an emergency room or the police are made aware of an abuse situation or a tragic death, that there have been so many before who have had insight into the stressors, the many complex stressors that lead to child neglect and abuse.
Representative Meyer, thank you for your comment, and I appreciate the opportunity to say that while we are focusing on this recommendations, it's not to the exclusion of other efforts, strategies, and improvement efforts that we're making. Certainly, you're exactly right. It's one of the reasons why this system is, as one of our previous speakers spoke to, the child welfare systems in our country are some of the most complex systems that we have because of, in part, some of the very things that you point out, the number of interactions and ways that members of our society and communities interact with the families. You mentioned some of those, everything from prenatal to the physical health, medical professionals, to pharmacists and others who may engage with these families, to our education system, Head Start, early Head Start, childcare. The list goes on. And certainly one of the big challenges that we have that we recognize is when our staff are conducting these investigations, when a report comes in of potential abuse or neglect, one of the challenges that we have is ensuring that we're collecting all of the appropriate information relevant to that case and doing so and balancing that by doing so in as timely a fashion as possible to make good, effective decisions. And it is really balancing those pieces. But even in those cases where perhaps there is no indication of abuse and neglect, but where a family potentially may need additional assistance, that is where I think the broader quote unquote system of child welfare has to come in play. Because while OCFS through our child welfare services are not going to be directly providing some of those services in those situations, we certainly want to make sure that those referrals and linkages to those services are made. You mentioned TANF, Aspire, and some of the other general assistance programs, but there's a number of other programs and opportunities that may be available in our communities that can help the families. Everything from from supports in the communities from physical or mental health supports to substance use supports if a family perhaps needs some of that assistance, to mental health supports, to everything in between. And so I think it's just an important piece. That is where we go outside, in my opinion, the public child welfare agency, and we have to begin and should always be talking about that broader child welfare system of protecting children, which really falls upon all of us as society and communities.
Senator DeChambeau.
Welcome, Dr. Landry. How are you? Dr. Landry, I read in one of the reports, and I've got 6 of them open in front of me, so I don't know which one it was, but in that you stated that you worked with, obviously, Commissioner Sawchuk and Commissioner Liberty. I'm a little curious, what is the role of working with Commissioner Liberty of the Department of Corrections?
Our work with Commissioner Liberty and the Department of Corrections really stems around the intersection between juvenile justice and child welfare. There are children, youth, and families that may come in contact with both of our systems, our individual systems at different times. So it's really about communicating and bridging those components. We also recognize that outside of child welfare, within the area of children's behavioral health and those services as part of OCFS, those obviously have some pretty significant impacts and intersections with the juvenile justice system, which I know you're quite familiar with some of your work on the Juvenile Justice Task Force, as well as some of the efforts that you have in your other committees. And so the work in one of those reports, as it relates to our work with the Department of Corrections, has really been around that intersection between juvenile justice and OCFS, more significantly on the Children's Behavioral Health Services side, although certainly sometimes on the child welfare side as well.
Well, I thank you for that, and that's pretty much what I thought you were doing. So it's kids that are either because of their behaviors ended up at Long Creek or are on probation, the whole juvenile justice. I'd like you to consider and think about one other avenue, because you also know I worked in the institution and I worked with co-ed prisoners. DHS comes into play in a family in crisis, and right now we're dealing with the opioid crisis. It's mom, it's dad, it's both. And at some point, DHS comes in. And sometimes, independent of their drug addiction, they both land in jail. It could be, robbery or what have you. I've often felt there was a disconnect that DHS did not engage the family at that time. The child probably stays with Annie or Grammy, but they still maintain contact with mom and dad, or either of them. And I'm not sure if the Department of, or your Office of Children and Family Services or DHS know that there are licensed clinical social workers at those prisons. And there's a reach out. And sometimes I feel the child is in the middle, and DHS deals with the family in the community, but forgets mom and dad who will eventually be released. And so I just want you to know that that is something in my whole career, I've always wanted to reach out to DHS. It could be a simple thing as a phone call, but I felt like I can't do that because maybe dad can't talk to the kid at home. So I would want you to think outside the box and work with maybe the commissioner or Dr. Thornell, because we're talking children here. It's not necessarily children in crisis that are going to be harmed because they're now living with Grammy, but the parents are going to be returning. And we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of kids that are impacted by parents incarcerated. I think those of you who know me are probably very surprised that since 10 o'clock, I have not said a word. So, but I was waiting for the opportune time. So I hope this makes sense to you. And I'll be glad to talk to you some more. So thank you.
Well, Senator, thank you, and thank you for bringing up the topic. I think there are potentially, two different populations that we may be talking about. We may be talking about families or parents who are incarcerated, whose children may be in the care and custody of DHHS. That's a relatively small number of those situations. There is a larger population, to your point, however, of children who may not have direct current involvement with DHHS because they're in a formal or informal arrangement living with a relative, using your example, while their parent or parents are incarcerated, where DHHS or specifically OCFS may not have any direct role as far as custody of the children. That is definitely, as you point out, potentially a larger population and something that we'd be happy to talk with you about. On the prior population of children who are in the care and custody of the state, you may be interested to know that for the past 2 years, we have been working with Representative Talbot Ross, specifically on that topic of how to improve and further engage with reunification efforts and support services for individuals who are incarcerated whose children are in the care and custody of the state, and how to ensure that those services continue while they're incarcerated so that they can, in fact, be in a better position to potentially complete the necessary steps to reunify when they are discharged or leave that incarceration. So happy to talk with you some more about it, but I thought you might be particularly interested to know that we have been working in particular with Representative Talbot Ross on that very question over the past couple of years.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committees? Dr. Landry, I have a couple of questions on staff turnover. It was noted as a key finding in the collaborative safety report. There was not much in the way of action steps to address that. So I guess first series of questions, can you speak to the most recent annual turnover rate? I saw the last one for 2019. That's number one. Number two, how many vacancies in frontline worker positions that you have currently? And number three, number of children in protective custody as of some recent reporting date. Those are the first three questions, if you have that.
Sure. And certainly we continue to monitor and watch closely what's happening as it relates to staff turnover. That has been a key focus of ours for the past 2.5 years. And certainly we have reported to both of these committees in the past around some of the efforts related to that. To specifically answer some of your questions, we can get you the exact numbers. I'm working off the top of my head. I believe our child welfare turnover was in 2019. I believe it was approximately 25 or so, 23 to 25%. In 2020, that declined to 16%, just under 16%. I will say that I anticipate our numbers in 21 will be slightly higher, as we have seen, and the fact that OCFS is not immune to some of the workforce challenges that many fields in our state, including other parts of state government, have certainly been experiencing. Our current vacancy rate as of last Friday was about 7.7%. That is, we have about, and that's frontline staff. To your question, we have approximately 420 frontline caseworkers in OCFS. And as of last week, I believe we had 30 vacancies statewide. So about a 7.7, I believe, percent vacancy rate. We certainly would like that vacancy rate to be lower. We're happy to have our vacancy rate considerably lower than what some other states are experiencing, including in the New England, our fellow New England states. But nonetheless, our focus is continuing to make sure that we recruit qualified staff to fill those positions, and at the same time, continue to try to support staff who are in their current roles so that we can reduce turnover. But I will be the first to say that I anticipate our turnover rate will go up this year in 21. I do believe that right now, as I indicated, we have a higher vacancy rate than we had, say, a year ago during the early months of the pandemic, and we're committed to doing all that we can to reduce that. And then I think you have one other question. I'm sorry, Senator Libby, I don't recall what that last question was.
Number of children in custody as of some recent reporting date.
I believe as of this morning, we had 2,264 children in custody. That includes those who are on what we call a V9 agreement. So about 70 of that number are youth who are on a voluntary V9 agreement. They've reached the age of majority, but have voluntarily stayed in the custody of the state through those supports as they age into adulthood.
Okay. Thank you for those responses. Just as an FYI, the OCFS reported turnover rate in 2018 was 23. It went down the next year to 17.75. So it sounds like the turnover rate is on the decline now, but it's going to head back upward, if I understood what you said.
Yeah, I do anticipate that our 21 numbers are probably going to be up a bit, just based on the number of vacancies that we're currently experiencing.
Right. My second set of questions revolves around the number of staff you have performing frontline work and the relative workload over time. So the last go around a few years ago, we identified caseloads as being a primary driver for turnover and other systemic issues. So the legislature's response was more funding for more positions, and the department was able to hire a significant number of new frontline workers. I think it was like 280 back in 2015, and now it's over 400. So that's a significant increase. the collaborative safety folks are telling us that now, even though we've added a substantial number of positions, that the day-to-day tasks for each case are too burdensome, and that's contributing to turnover. So you have kind of a different view of the system than I might have. Can you speak to, are we going to uncover a new problem in a few years when this happens again, related to caseloads, number of caseworkers, and turnover? Or is addressing the day-to-day burden of administrative requirements, is that a place to focus on that could produce positive results?
Well, thank you for your question, Senator. I'll answer it in a couple of different ways, and hopefully it will help address the question that you've posed. I think there are a few things to look at when you consider the question that you've asked. There certainly is caseload, and caseload is mathematics, the total number of cases divided by your total number of staff. I've reported to the committee, and I believe we've provided with the committee's information on that. On average, when you average out all of the different types of cases and the number of caseworkers we have, our current average mathematical caseload average is somewhere between 10 to 11 cases per worker. However, that does not necessarily reflect the question I think that you're getting at, because 10 caseworkers or 10 cases that one worker has are completely different, of course, than 10 cases that another worker has. And that's where I think it's more helpful sometimes for us to look at workload as opposed to caseload. And our workload analytic tool that we did and implemented with a public consulting group in 2019. We've provided now 3 reports to the legislature. All of those are on our website. We'd be happy to send you links to those on a total workload assessment, which I believe is a much more accurate way of looking at the amount of work that we have and the number of staff that we have. That workload assessment tool, as I said, we gave the first report, I believe, in October of 2019, and then subsequently in each January. The next one will of course, be in January of 22. To this point, I regret to say that we have not yet reached a point where that workload analytic tool did not show that we had a deficit, meaning that we had a higher amount of work based on that analytic tool versus the amount of staff that we have. I believe we certainly have reduced the gap, but we still, according to that analytic tool, still have some way to go. Now, you can achieve that reduction in a variety of ways. One way is certainly by adding additional staff positions, but also the other thing that we have to look at is the number of children in care. Our number of children in care decreased from federal fiscal year 20 to federal fiscal year 21. It has been recently on the increase since this summer. So we have seen an increase in our total number of children in care. That impacts the workload. The other thing that impacts the workload are the tasks, duties, and responsibilities that are necessary to effectuate the responsibilities of the positions. And that is one of the pieces that the recommendations, I believe, calls on us to take a look at, particularly those investigation and assessment recommendations and the work associated with those. And that's something that I indicated, as I indicated, we're committed to looking at, examining. There's always the potential of what sometimes is called, and it's referred to in the report as drift, where new duties get added on, but potentially the timeframes are not adjusted, and or you don't take a look at other duties that perhaps need to be removed. And so it's always appropriate, and we recognize that now is a good time based on these recommendations to take a look at that, to make a determination around both the work that is necessary as well as the time frame that is necessary so that our staff can be successful, and at the same time we can meet those timely responses to families and others that we're responsible to do. So those are a lot of different pieces to your question, but hopefully it helps to answer the questions that you were posing.
Thank you. My final question, then I'll go to Senator Claxton. Appreciate the patience. So thank you for reminding me of the 2021 workload report. I was able to navigate, I was able to navigate and find the report. In there, you talk about ARP, which caused me to recall a prior line of questioning. With phasing out the ARP program, you talk about needing an additional 15 child welfare staff. However, departments fairly consistently reported a vacancy rate of 28 or more positions. So can you answer one more time for me how you're going to fill these positions when you have more than double that number in current vacancies?
Well, certainly we do know, and we appreciate the legislature through the budget authorizing 10 additional positions beginning on January 1, with an additional 5 positions beginning in July of 22. And we look forward to adding those positions in order to take back and bring back in the assessment pieces that were previously or are currently being assigned to ARP. I don't know if any system in the country, certainly not here in Maine, where we've ever had a system where we've had 0 vacancies at any given point in time for a variety of reasons. And so we will, always be in a position, I believe, of recruiting new staff, as well as working on improving retention efforts. We believe we'll be able to make good headway towards continuing to recruit and hire staff. I will point out that according to the latest data, as it relates to specifically the ARP contractors, as I mentioned, currently we have a vacancy rate of about just under 8%. I understand right now the ARP providers are reporting to us a vacancy rate of 60+%. And so we are beginning to take that work back in. We anticipated it would happen in transition over a period of time, but no, that does not mean assessments or investigations are not being assigned or done. We are ensuring that they are being done, and the additional positions in January and ultimately in July will help us to fully bring that work back in-house.
Thank you for those answers. Senator Claxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Dr. Landry. Haven't seen you in a while. 2 questions. Based on workload, how many more people will we need to meet existing workload demands as opposed to the vacancies that you mentioned? Can you?
Senator, I don't have the, I can tell you what that number was if I look up the report from January of 21. If you want what that analytic tool reports as of right now, I don't have that off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to get that for you.
And then the follow-up question to that is our goal to staff for 100% of the workload or 105% to allow us any sort of flexibility for unexpected or unanticipated work?
I think that's an excellent question. Based on the current structure, it's based around, as I said, we have not yet met the 100% level based on our prior workload reports. So that's what we are pushing towards initially. We'd be happy to engage in discussions as to whether or not we should aim for a higher percentage along the lines that you discussed about. We'd be happy to talk further about that with you and your committee.
Okay. And then with the indulgence of the chair, my last question was really a reference to a previous part of my conversation with the folks from Collaborative Safety, and it's about metrics. How are we going to know how we're doing? And I understand that that's an area of comfort for you. It would be good to anticipate hearing how you're progressing with some of the metrics or developing some of the metrics for the various initiatives. And I certainly don't think that fits into today's agenda, but certainly would be an early January conversation, probably.
Well, yes, and we'd be happy to talk with you some more about the metrics. We have a pretty significant number of measures. Some are federally required, some we put in at the state level. And certainly as we move forward on some of these initiatives, I believe we'll be able to create, if not what I would call hard data metrics, we can certainly create milestones to demonstrate progress towards completion of some of these action steps related to the recommendations. we'd be happy to have that further conversation with you in the committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments for OCFS? Seeing none, Dr. Landry, Ms. Johnson, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Next up, we'll have Christine Alberry from the Office of Child Welfare Ombudsman. Good afternoon, Ms. Alberry. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Libby, Representative McDonald, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Government Oversight Committee and Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for having me here to present today. I just want to say, in the interest of time, and because there's been so much discussion about safety science, I'm going to skip a little bit of my prepared remarks at the end, but I'm happy to answer any questions about that as well. But first, I'll just start with an update on this year's upcoming annual report. So as you know, Maine's Child Welfare Ombudsman Program is an independent nonprofit authorized by 22 MRSA 4087-A to provide information and referrals to individuals requesting assistance with child welfare and to perform case-specific reviews of child welfare involvements. The statute also directs the Ombudsman to issue an annual report by January 1st of each year to the governor, legislature, and department. The statistics, findings, and recommendations in the annual report are based on case-specific reviews completed throughout the fiscal year. We receive a complaint from an individual who calls the Ombudsman, and then the complaint is referred to the department. Then we review all the information relevant to the determination of the complaint, including a response from the department. A report is drafted. We receive feedback on the report from the department, come to an agreement about the contents of the report, and then finalize the report. Those reports are further distilled into 2 interim reports that are sent to the department detailing issues and trends. Unfortunately, case-specific reviews by the Ombudsman for fiscal year 2021, and these are backward looking for last year, show a downward trend in child welfare practice. While the causes of this are complex and not well understood, it is important to note that the amount of stress that COVID-19 has had on child welfare at all levels cannot be understated. Out of the 84 cases reviewed this year, 42 had substantial issues. Cases with substantial issues are defined as cases where there was a deviation from best practices or adherence to policy or both that had a material effect on the safety and best interests of the children or the rights of the parents. Out of those 42 cases, 22 involved investigations and 14 involved reunification. The remaining 6 had varying issues. Although the Ombudsman has reviewed the cases involving the deaths of Jaden Harding, Haley Goading, and Maddox Williams, those cases were not included in this annual report, just to be clear. As has been consistent over several years of Ombudsman reviews, practice issues continue to appear most prominently during 2 phases. 1, initial safety investigations of reports when the safety of children is not accurately determined, and 2, once children are in state custody during ongoing assessment of parents' progress in reunification. Issues with assessments of child safety at the beginning and end of child welfare cases are concerning, as these are the times when the risk to children can be at its highest. The reasons why these practice issues continue are only beginning to be understood. Learning and reform will be an ongoing process and will take time. I did want to say a few things about the collaborative safety and safety science and its implementation. It's a really interesting model. The entire collaborative safety model requires that caseworkers need to be involved in solving the problems of child welfare from start to finish. Caseworkers can be engaged by asking a caseworker to answer specific questions about her investigation that missed a form of child abuse or neglect, or having caseworkers sit on policy work groups from the beginning, or finding caseworkers who are extremely good at engaging reluctant parents, for example, and asking what has contributed to their success. Caseworker involvement at all levels provides constructive ways to make incremental but crucial and sustainable changes to child welfare practice. Using collaborative safety to analyze and improve child welfare cases is a new idea. I'm still learning about the process and the science and methodology behind it. I'm very hopeful that this process, implemented in Maine in an as yet unknown manner, will be a way to bring Maine's child welfare system slowly but surely to a place where we can fully support the safety of children. As you've heard today, child welfare is an incredibly complex system, and we continue to have deep-seated problems. The problems that we have did not appear overnight, and we will not solve them overnight. We need to do something different than what we have been doing, and I am hopeful that this new outside knowledge and expertise can be a step in the right direction. And just one more thing to add to that, as part of collaborative safety, as you heard Director Landry talking about, they are going to start training department staff to do more of these sort of safety science-based reviews of different critical incidents and cases. Hopefully, the Ombudsman's office will be able to do that too. We're certainly going to participate in the training. It just depends on our own staffing. But we would love to do reviews of cases in this way, because it really lets you see, my reports and many reports done by, supervisors, directors of child welfare, the Serious Injury and Death Review Panel, OPEGA. We all get to see sort of where things went wrong. We say, okay, here's a spot where we wish something could have been done differently. In order to really solve those problems, I think the collaborative safety model really sort of digs into that and gets, and again, asking the caseworkers is really, really crucial to this, but it sort of gives you the answer to some of those questions. Okay, this went wrong, but why? And then you can go from there and hopefully solve some of the problems. But as you can see, unfortunately, the cases that my office has reviewed this year it's a very similar report to last year's, and the issues are also continue to be very similar, unfortunately. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I know it's late. I can answer any questions about the report or collaborative safety or anything else.
Thank you, Ms. Alberry. Questions or comments from the committees? Representative Madigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Albieri, for being here. In your comments, you mentioned that you thought it was critical or a difference and an improvement, something that the collaborative problem-solving kind of process did, is speaking to the caseworkers. I tend to agree. I think, talking to people who are those frontline workers often kind of gets at some of the problems that may have happened. Is that something that your office can do? Is it something that that we should be doing more of, in your opinion?
So, yes, we should certainly be doing more of it at all levels. And my office can do that through this process, through the collaborative safety model. Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from Ms. Alberry? Senator Claxton.
Thank you, and welcome, Ms. Alberry. Thank you for being here. To do the work the way you think it needs to be done, do you need additional resources?
Yes, we do. Thank you for asking that. So we are currently working on, through a number of different avenues, adding increased staff to our office. We're working with the department on a possible agency bill. We also, I know that there are several other senators and representatives who have put in bill titles to help strengthen our office. So yes, that's part of, as it stands right now, as you heard from collaborative safety, their review process is very intensive. It requires a lot of hours of time that we just can't support right now. We're sort of, one other thing that I didn't talk about, our phone calls and our, contacts to our office have gone up this year as well. And we're sort of, we don't have enough people now to operate as we should. So yes, that is something that we would need more of to support this new process, in addition to our work that we already do.
Thank you. And for those constituents that I referred to, I appreciate your being there.
Thank you.
Representative Craven.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for your report. Do you think that the KC report is adequate to address the deficits that are the issues that are going on at OCFR? And I mean, it isn't really in the community isn't getting any better. You know, we lost another child this week, and it's like, how do you and you can't blame. I just wonder what you thought of the report generally, and if there was enough recommendations for preventive kind of outreach.
So, I mean, the short answer to your question is no. I mean, the report does not, and I don't believe it's intended to address, you know, the many issues and things that are preventing the system from operating the way we would want it to. So you can learn a lot from reviewing just a few cases, but it's not going to give you all of the information you need for all of the different issues. For example, you know, if you were to review a case, I don't know, it's hard to talk about because I don't want to say exactly what those cases were about, but let's say those cases weren't about reunification at all and they didn't come up in them. If you were to review a different case where reunification didn't go well, in the same manner, you would come up with an entirely different set of things that, you know, are problems that need to be implemented, that we need to change the way that we're doing things. I think that, you know, I've heard, you know, frustration about the report. I think everyone was sort of hoping that it would be, you know, the thing that would solve all of our problems. But I think it's meant to only be a start, as, you know, in terms of where we go from here. It's based on just a few cases. And it's also, you know, even some of the recommendations in it are not fully fleshed out. Again, this is by design. So for example, the recommendation that difficulty engaging caregivers is a problem in these cases. This is something that affects the way child welfare is able to work. So in that case, and I actually asked the collaborative safety folks that presented to you early today, I said, well, what should we do? I mean, what's the solution to this? And they said, we don't know. We need to ask the people doing the work. So again, that's a finding, right? A finding that difficulty engaging caregivers is something that is affecting child safety, but that's step one. So I think that's part of why this is so complicated and why, you know, the report is, you know, it's excellent, but again, it's not designed to provide a framework right now that this is what we need to do right now, and then everything will be fine. It's just one tiny tip of the iceberg of the process and the reviews going forward.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Ms. Alberti, just a couple of questions for you from me. I've been following your reports for maybe 4 years now, 4 or 5 years maybe. And a theme that is emerging is child welfare practices are, in the cases you're reviewing, there are a number of concerns, and year over year, you appear to repeat the same message, which is those concerns largely persist. In this year's report, you note the impact of COVID-19, which is significant. I don't think anyone would understate how difficult it is to do this work in that context, but can you speak at all to where those two pieces might diverge? I mean, are the same problems you've identified year over year in OCFS, are you seeing any improvement in any areas? I guess that's the first part of my question.
So yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it is difficult to sort of parse out how things would have been. I mean, everything within this year's annual report that'll be released on January 1st happened after, you know, March 1st, essentially. So essentially after COVID started, after March 17th, or however you want to measure it. So it is difficult to tell what the impacts have been. I've been pretty careful not to, let the obvious impacts get in the way. So for example, during the initial lockdown, those cases where, caseworkers weren't seeing people in person because nobody was allowed to go anywhere. Obviously, that's not something that, you would say, well, this is a practice problem. That's not a practice problem. There are other really obvious things like, right now, as again, another effect of the pandemic, the visit supervision agencies are having a really hard time hiring staff. And so parents and children are not getting enough visits with each other. So again, that's something I could point to as a problem in practice, but it's really not, it's not something that's within OCFS's control or a caseworker's control. I will say this, I mean, on the flip side of the cases that had major issues are all the cases where everything was done. There's a lot of really great casework out there. So, my feeling is that there has been no really major improvement to any of the longstanding issues that I've seen. Maybe that will start happening now, but as of now, no, I haven't seen any.
And the second part of the question is, can you speak at all to how information is flowing between you and OCFS, the nature of how that information is flowing, the nature of the communications? Like, it's one thing to say staff are polite when you inquire, but it's another thing to be a productive partner in the work. Have you seen improvement in that regard?
So I think there's certainly been improvement in the volume of communication. I'm getting a lot of, I'm getting information on child deaths as they occur, which is not something that is necessarily statutorily required. I'm having regular meetings. Like I said, we're working on legislation. I think OCFS is pretty far from a place though, where they are able to fully accept, it's not just my office, fully accept recommendations, advice, and expertise of stakeholders, providers, outside agencies. I think it's just been a really difficult road for them over the last year or so, especially this summer. And for example, accepting the expertise of domestic violence advocates on the Maine Child Welfare Advisory Panel, or, talking to me about safety planning issues, whatever it is. I think that we're still not quite there in terms of a full partnership of sharing information. And it's not so much about sharing information, it's about really everybody using each other to understand where things aren't working well, and again, working together to say, okay, how about this plan? Let's do this now. We don't understand how this particular thing is working. Let's call this person over here who has the expertise in this area. And again, I can't emphasize enough talking to caseworkers and supervisors about, those case reviews in July were a real revelation to me. There are things that came up that I had not anticipated, and their perspectives as well. I would include that in the group that we're just not all quite working together yet in the way that I wish we were.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Senator Libby. Thank you, Ms. Alberry, for all your work and your public service and your obvious commitment to this area. One of the recurring issue when it comes to the ombudsman isn't so much the work that you do, but the work that you can't do. One of my concerns is, or one of my beliefs is that there needs to be independent oversight that has both subpoena authority for documents and people if needed, as well as some system of being able to assess penalties or to hold people accountable. That discussion would take several months, so I don't anticipate it happening today. But I wanted to know if at some point you could give us recommendations in terms of making your authority or the authority of your office more binding or more compulsory in terms of DHS. I think that we can only go so far with the issue of voluntary compliance. I think that people have to be held accountable, and the only way to hold people accountable is having a system where oversight can occur, and oversight can occur with authority. I don't know if you want to speak on those issues or not, but I would certainly welcome your input in terms of that, which is something we're certainly going to be discussing, I think, in the spring.
Sure. No, I understand your concerns. So it is something that we are, like I said, with all the different pending legislation coming from all directions, it's certainly something that my board and I have been discussing a lot. You know, in terms of just as a point of reference, in terms of, because you were talking about subpoena power, it's interesting. So the statute actually gives us the authority to walk into the department and see any records we want at any time. And, you know, we have this agreement with them, obviously, to make it administratively easy on everybody. But it's not so much from my perspective, it's not so much getting the information, because that, you know, I have access to the child welfare database, you know, the information is there. It's not usually a problem getting it. It's again, the partnering with the department to be effective in having the recommendations be actively considered and implemented. And, you know, just that part of it, I think, has been more challenging. So, you know, I don't have any easy answers to that. I'm not sure, you know, like I said, we've had many discussions about this, but I don't really have a great concise answer for you right now.
No, I appreciate that. I do think that this is a continuing conversation. I'm glad to hear that you have that kind of access to the documents. Is it fair to, do you have the same kind of access to the people and to them answering questions that you have?
I mean, yes, I would say, you know, with the districts, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I was just asking if you have the same kind of access to the decision makers, workers, the administrative people, or is that more stilted conversations?
I mean, so in terms of access to caseworkers and supervisors, as I said before, it's just not ever been part of the way we do our reviews, and we are hoping to change that with, you know, hopefully this new system of doing reviews. You know, it's no secret, as you've heard over the last 6 months, 9 months, you know, the communication levels have gone back and forth between the ombudsman and the department. I mean, I don't know how you legislate that, you know, I don't know. Again, it's a matter of, you know, collaborating, you know, mutual respect, all those kinds of things that make it an effective partnership. And like I said, you know, it's certainly the volume of communication has improved. And I think, you know, I think we're still not quite there, but I don't know how, you know, again, what type of legislation there could be that would fix that problem in particular.
No, I appreciate that. And my last comment is that I think that we need independent oversight, either with your body or with another entity. I think that oversight has to include subpoena power, not only of documents, but of people. And I think that in that, I understand, I applaud the improved communication, but this is a systemic issue that goes over probably back 40 plus years. It's not one administration or one legislature. This is a long-term issue. And I would just like to see a better arbiter or overseer to make sure that issues are being addressed and not swept under the rug. So I do welcome your input as we have these continuing conversations. And again, I just want to thank you very much. You've been excellent at keeping us on Health and Human Services up to date on what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further comments or questions from the committees? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Alberry, for your presentation today, and we look forward to the next opportunity to meet with you.
Thank you.
So that concludes our series of presentations for today. I guess I wanted to ask lawmakers, since it's kind of unique for us to all be in the same room together. We've got a series of reports that are coming to us from the Office of OPEGA. Just as a reminder, the report that will land in mid-January is a look at sort of how other states provide oversight to these systems. And then a second report, which is due in the middle of March, takes a bit of a closer look at OCFS. A third report will come later, but those are two projects that are in the works that I hope get more into the weeds on how we fix the problems that have been identified. So given that context, I guess I'm looking to see from members of the committees what you might suggest for next steps for this work beyond those receipt of those two reports. Representative Madigan, followed by Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think regarding the upcoming reports, it would be good if both committees met jointly. I think that's a good idea. The other thing, maybe analysts of GOC or HHS could also gather together for members, kind of all pending legislation or held over legislation regarding child protective services, just so we could know kind of these are the things people are proposing coming down the pike. Here's these reports that may or may not make certain recommendations, but then we have places to drop things into if need be. My 2 cents.
I think that's so first, I think joint meetings would be very appropriate for receipt of the next two reports. I'm very open to that. Your second suggestion is a good one, and I'm not going to, I hope I'm not imposing on anyone, but that task might be best served by the HHS analyst, since I think all of those bills would be in that committee, but I'll let chairs and the committee talk that out. But those, I think those are two great suggestions. Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Senator Libby. I would just ask if the chairs could consider some sort of structured process where we hear from the people in the field directly, both the caseworkers, advocates for families, court people. I'd like to have some sort of structured process where we hear directly from a variety of lay people, if you will, from all different parts of the state, all different parts of the child protective system, because I think it's really important for us to hear directly from the grassroots a lot of issues that people in their daily practice, one way or the other, see that we may not see, obviously, and that we may need to pay better attention to. So I would just ask if some consideration could be given to that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's a great suggestion, Senator. So what I'm hearing is maybe a public meeting that's advertised and some outreach is done to representatives from all of the stakeholders in this work. Maybe some outreach to specific sets within each practice area so that we get a good cross-section of input. I think that might be good for us to hear. So I think that's worthy of consideration, and it sounds like you want to deputize the co-chairs of each committee to work that out and make it happen. So I think I'm seeing head nods and smiles. I think that's something that could be considered. Senator Claxton.
Please don't give him the opportunity to deputize anybody, but I agree with the intent.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. So next up, I saw Representative Craven, followed by Representative Stover.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the question was raised several times today about how we could identify families that should be on the radar for check-ins or for some kind of way of knowing how DHHS or others could whether they're law enforcement or whatever, could keep families on our radar for oversight or for help or for support, like home visiting and stuff like that. So I wonder if there was some way to figure out or to have some kind of research to see how that might happen.
Thank you, Representative. Some kind of research, like looking back at Maine's history or looking outside Maine's
Well,
borders?
just talking to or investigating, for example, with Maine Children's Trust or Advocates for Children, whoever it is that often identifies families, but families fall through the cracks so often now that apparently it's difficult to know or for the department or for anybody else to actually know when they can do well checks and that sort of thing on families with new children.
It's a good suggestion. Thank you. Representative Stover, followed by Representative Meyer, and then Senator Claxton.
I just wanted, I appreciate Senator Baldacci's recommendation. I'm also sensitive to some of the folks out there working in the field who might want a little bit of privacy. They might be willing to talk to the committee, but not have it recorded and be running as a live stream. So if it's possible to sort of bring them in one at a time and allow them to speak, for those people who may feel really uncomfortable having a public comment period when they're still employed either by an agency or by whoever they're employed by, there might be a level of discomfort. So I want to respect that and try to figure out a way to keep it confidential for those people who would like to speak. And thank you.
That's a great point as well. So the OPEGA director in the first half of our meeting this morning did note that the confidential survey of frontline workers is going out into the field within a week or two, I believe, if I heard correctly. Maybe Lucia could nod if I got that right. The frontline survey, okay, yeah. So that is a confidential survey. I think staff have gone to great lengths to describe the fact that this is confidential and safe to share thoughts and opinions. We're especially thinking of those folks in OCFS that maybe don't want to make waves but have important perspectives to share. So we have that piece that is moving. I'm finding it challenging to see how we can convene a legislative meeting but not broadcast it, given our freedom of information requirements. But if others want to research that and can figure out a way we might accomplish that goal, I'd be happy to consider that.
We could allow, Mr. Chairman, may I just say two things? We could potentially allow people to submit, who are caseworkers or other, to submit written statements that are given to somebody but are kept in, that we can read the statement, but their names are kept anonymous or listed as Jane Doe or John Doe type of thing. That way they don't have to testify, but they can at least give us their comments without fear. I think that Representative Stover's point is very well taken. And so if we can provide a way that they can provide statements in that fashion, I'd be satisfied with something like that.
Okay, great. So for staff, I think what we're doing here is brainstorming, and we are generating some questions that maybe we don't have answers to right now, but that's okay. We'll keep rolling along here. I think these ideas are good and helpful. So Representative Craven, are you next?
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down.
All right, no problem. Representative Meyer, followed by Senator Claxton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. To Representative Craven's point, I think that inviting the Maine Children's Alliance to present to the committees would be prudent. They coordinate a group of providers, stakeholders, and advocates, and meet regularly around the supports that are available for families and among other issues. And they would be a great resource to both committees.
That's great. Thank you, Representative Meyer. Senator Claxton.
I was thinking that we could specifically give an opportunity to hear from the department about how they were doing on any of the 7 initiatives, with the intention of covering all of them eventually, whether it was one per meeting or several per meeting, about how they were addressing the 7 recommendations from the Safety Collaborative. And then folks who had other perspectives might be able to follow that testimony, and we'd get a fuller view of how things were going in that arena. So it might be we could combine a couple of the 7 into one hearing and the rest into another, but I do want to hear from the department how they're doing, putting meat on the bones of the basic recommendations and how they're going to play out as a way to fulfill our oversight obligation, and then invite other people with perspectives to share their sense of how things are going. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So were you thinking of this as like a long-term reporting process, like a quarterly reporting process, or is it tied into the suggestion from Senator Baldacci to have kind of an open forum?
I was thinking, something like a monthly meeting until we'd gotten through the 7 recommendations, and at least we'd know where we were on the first pass. And then depending on what we learned, it's hard to have quarterly meetings. You all have seemed to have managed more frequent meetings than we're allowed to. So you and I may need to plead with the president to allow us to have some more meetings between now and the end of 2022. But that's certainly something I think certain members of our committee would be willing to consider as a way to fulfill our oversight obligations.
Sounds good. Okay. Further thoughts or comments on next steps?
If I might, Senator, I at least want to flag my appreciation for how you juggled 20 people, half of whom you're not really familiar with and who are not reluctant to ask questions. So we appreciate that. You appreciate your listening to our contribution from HHS, and feel this is important work, and we're glad we're sharing it with you.
Thank you for that, Senator Claxton. It was not a challenge in any way to chair this meeting. You all are, I think, seasoned and effective lawmakers. You bring good questions, and you're all respectful of one another's time. And so I appreciate everyone's participation today. As far as next steps, I might suggest that at some point soon, we'll have chairs from the 2 committees get together and maybe try to pin down some specifics on the ideas that were thrown out here today. Everyone agrees this is a critically important challenge that we've taken on, and we've got some work to do to try to improve the system. So we will convene as chairs and try to come up with specifics for next steps, and we'll be back in touch. Okay, final thoughts before we adjourn?
Nice to see everyone, see your faces.
All right, so a motion to adjourn is in order from Representative McDonald.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Craven. All in favor? Very good. Thank you all.